Hit the like button. Rocket scooter, yeah, yeah, yeah. Rocket scooter, yeah, yeah, yeah. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Rocket scooter, yeah, yeah, yeah. Rocket scooter, yeah, yeah, yeah. Hit the like button. 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 midnight glory, heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their cloud. Checking the charts with their AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, checking the charts. Midnight glory. Sanctuary in awe, it's blending. Mind on fire, never ending. Dreams of gold, relentless fight. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night.
Howdy, howdy. Somehow one of my lights disconnected for some reason. Good morning. There we go. No, I'm not in the dark. Figure out a way to like... I'm going to rearrange the stream because I was watching the stream last night. Just to kind of like feel it from a viewer perspective, right? I think about it. Isn't that kind of like Googling yourself? Is that like a sign of vanity? You watch your own TV show, you watch your own whatever. Now, I was actually just seeing if like what things look like from y'all's perspective so I can look at it. You see this? I know, I see the flicker again too. Let me try something different. Right, because the light was turned out. Just shift the whole balance around. Let's see if I do something like this. No, I see it too, right? Crazy. The light was out today. So let's see if I can readjust this. Hold on one second. Howdy, folks. I know, right? I see it again too. Watch this. How y'all doing today? MHP, dude, like the market literally handed this short on a silver platter last night. It doesn't get any better than this. This was so freaking easy. Hold on. Let me log back into my platform here. I know, I still see the flicker, right? Something's different. Oh well, it'll go away when I make it smaller. Crazy day. I know. I'm already up like $6 grand just shorting last night. It was such a Easy setup. Y'all want to see that easy setup? Ooh. All right. What's up? Good morning. Roll call. ETF giveaway today. Oh, oops. I said Tradeify in my giveaway ETF today. 3. Yeah, there were people trying to short along this and buy the dip yesterday. Oh, no, no, no. Show of hands in chat. Who came to the boot camp yesterday? Everyone just be like, I did. I want to know quick. Who came to the boot camp? And number 2, who heard the lesson on monthly hedge pressure? And number 3, who stayed till the end? And I talked about this very move. Like straight up. So if we're opening below hedge pressure, market's going to continue crashing overnight. And then the universe hands like 5 opportunities to short against it, right? I shorted within minutes of market opening. I'm at the gym on a treadmill, just checking it out. I'm like, oh, it's like I'm gonna make money tonight. That was a gimme trade. Sometimes the universe just like literally after the lesson just hands it to us. I love it. Can't complain about that. So I was looking at the stream last night. I was like, should I change the layout in some way to make it easier for people to see something? I want y'all to be able to, because like when I'm in a position, it's actually really small. I wonder if there's a way I can make it like really big on the screen, like zooming in on this or something. I don't know, but it's really small on a phone. You can't see it. I was like, oh, okay. Because people usually come in here like are in a position. I'm like, duh, it's right here. But then I look at it from like a perspective of a person watching the stream, and I'm like, oh yeah, there's like numbers everywhere though. It's like a trading platform. LOL. Yeah, like what a like I swear to God, there are some people that just shouldn't be trading futures out there. I see some of these like COVID, I call them COVID streamers, like COVID or ape streamers. Like these dudes started trading like 2 or 3 years ago and they got a stream. They got lucky. They got big because of GameStop or whatever. These fuckers out there trying to trade futures. Blow up artists, man. They're crazy. People like just clueless out there. I'm like, somebody go hand these people a rocket scooter. Like I see every time when these guys are on the opposite call of me, I'm just like, on a weekly basis, they're chasing their tail using nonsense. Like people are trying out there to use, and a lot of them use like spot gamma and stuff. Nothing personal. That software is gonna help you nothing. We're ahead of the move almost every time, like compared to that other stuff out there. Anyway, I see these people like bragging about being awesome or whatever, and then they hide their losses because you know that's what they did. The whole AMC GameStop fiasco. Figuring people just pumped and dumped that nonsense and then hid their losses from people. So AMC GameStop stuff. People, there's millions of streamers just were born that year. Anywho. Market opens up. Anyways, y'all go find some struggling streamers out there and go to their chats and tell them about Rocket Scooter. Let them understand that there's a whole different world out there they don't understand. Tell them what happens when mathematicians put together trading software instead of failed traders. We'll come up with something different. Good morning, guys. Walk up, market open. Literally walked to monthly hedge pressure. And I built a short. And I woke up with money. Actually, I closed the position before I woke up. But anyways, I held all night. I could woke up with money. Super, super, super clean. I mean, it gave the trade multiple times. Here, and here. At all sessions, literally the universe was like, you know what? I feel bad for people getting this choppy market. Let me hand something clean. When I told you guys in a bear market, it would be so obvious you couldn't miss it, right? Woke up today. People are like buying the dip at the end of the day. Nah. Nope. And I told people on Twitter, don't sleep on those Michigan numbers. They don't want to listen to me. Those Michigan numbers are bad. The tariff stuff is bad. The reciprocal tariff stuff is bad in the short haul. Yeah, people don't understand the effect of it. Over time, economists argue that it's going to be good for the economy, as reciprocal tariffs will force other companies to drop their tariffs on our exported goods, and therefore we'll drop theirs. And so everybody wants, and the gamble is everybody wants to buy American products, right? Here. Do we? I don't think we do. But if we end up doing it because we want to save money, then that's what ends up happening. Some people here will still choose to pay more expensive for imported goods or whatever if they don't drop their tariffs on us and we drop the tariffs on them. So the goal is that for them to drop their tariffs and we'll drop ours, kind of thing. Right? Anywho, roll call this morning. Good morning, Brian, St. M, Simon Dean, Amanda. Good morning, Ice Wild, Ware. Good morning, Trade Nix, Ransom Baggins, JTR, Francesco, Ian, Plan Zero, Jason Cargill, Victor Kuhn, our favorite person in the entire world, Miles, Aaron. Aaron, how'd you like last night's move, right? Talking about it in the Discord. Good stuff. Trading the City. What's up? Good morning. Hey, bud. Hey, Matt. All the mods are here. Not banned yet, hopefully. iDoc hasn't banned any of you guys yet. Good. Good morning. OBO, how's it going? Hey, by the way, OBO, how are you getting your stuff set up? Because I saw your messages yesterday and you were trying to get everything set up. So are you good? Getting everything set up? Let me know. Where Benny, DJ Boat, hit the like button. Yeah. Don't forget we're doing ETF giveaway. ETF Friday every Friday. 3 accounts every Friday, which is good. By the way, more people. Where Ebsabon, Phyllis, Mark Landers, George Bloom, Timothy, Disco, Eric, St. M's. I already said your name. You get it twice, I guess. And etc. Stream Elements Bot, Dominic Skinner, Shannon Lewis. What's up, Timothy? Mad Yoga. Mad Yoda. I always say Mad Yoga. Mad Yoda. Mad Yoga would be kind of a cool type of yoga to do, though. Everybody. Denver Dog, you shut up. No, you shut up. Okay. Ice Wild is banned. Ross, good morning. Good morning. Lee Media, good morning. And roll call. That's everybody. Frank. Casillas. Okay, that's the last person. All right, what's up? Okay, yeah, Marky hand us literally hand you a short on silver platter. What did I just do? Oh, put that back up here. It was such a... Nope. They're either... Quit clicking buttons, Matt. What the heck am I doing? Oh. What am I doing here? Oh, hold on. All right. When in doubt, reload the layout. I'm all moving everything around here. All right. Y'all gonna have to help me out with this. I clicked some button. What is this? No, I clicked some button. What is this? Collapse pane? Move pane down? Ah, there it is. Okay. And move pane down. And then... There it is. No, weird, because resilience is still here as well. Let me close this down. What on earth did I do? Oh, I switched the axis. Okay. How on earth do I move this axis over here? Do you guys know what I did? I clicked something and the axis is on the left now. And they're merged together. Let's move resilience off the chart. There we go. All right, we're back. All right, there we go. I feel like my grandma trying to use the computer. Which button did I click? Grandma, that's the escape button. What does it do? Help me with the computer, Matt. Actually, my grandma was actually really smart at computers. Actually, grandma actually played games. And she never bought Bitcoin. So. It lets you escape. Like I literally fell outside. I fell outside of the construct of the universe for a hot minute there. Oh, and all of my indicators are gone here too. All right, let's add here res 100. Q, SP. I click some button that just kind of like merge everything together. All right, we're good here. And all my axis to the right. Move scales on the right. There we go. All right, let's save this layout. Well, we got it. Good morning. Gamma's still not banned, huh? Good. Good. It was only temporary that one day. Good morning, bro. All right, so today, market had us monthly hedge short on silver platter. It literally did. It's such an easy setup, and it wasn't hard to see this. Question, not that I can give you guys trading advice, but anybody wake up today and when futures market came out, they bought the dip for whatever reason? Like, were you like, you know what, let me buy the dip, that's the low? Or did you say, holy shit, we're going to continue selling off? What was you guys' thoughts today? I want to vote in chat. Did you short last night? Or did you long? If you longed, I want to know, why would you long below monthly hedge? And that's my question to you guys. If y'all know what we teach yesterday. Wait, you shorted and got stopped? How would you get stopped? Like, literally walked exactly to the target. Did you short too early, I guess? You go to bed early. No trades overnight. Yeah. So when you wake up, right? Remember when I did the monthly hedge on the boot camp, at the end of the boot camp, we analyze the overnight. So that's kind of a treat for the boot camp. I give you guys my play overnight. And on the boot camp, when I ran this, I go, holy crap, we're going to continue to sell. This market's dying overnight. And the market, 1-2 minutes in, hit this. We're literally driving to the gym. We had a workout at 5:15. Look, it's like 17:03. And I'm in the car and I'm like driving and pressing short on my TradeAvate app. I'm just like, and IDOC was like, you want me to drive? I was like, nah, that's okay. And then I'm on the treadmill closing it out like 10 minutes in. I was like, let me just get back to it. Get back to life. Yeah, super simple. Monthly hedge short to DD band, and then we get to DD band and we broke through and crashed out. So let's find some lower targets today and see if we have them. You know, we don't just wake up today and say, you know what, this is it. The market's dead. We're going to continue to sell. We say, okay, the market's sold. We got that one exactly right to the penny, which is perfect. But where do we go from here, right? We did hit some key levels. 17,833 was our key red line level on NASDAQ. That's all we've been talking about for a long time, too. 17,833. And we'll get to our red lines class. You guys will love this. It's called illiquidity pivots. 833 there. The next level below, the 268 was broken too, which was our other level, and that's where we are right now. S&P's lower low, if there is one, is 51.73. So mark 17,833. Thank you, JTR. And then 51.73. Thank you for writing that down for everybody. Thank you, JTR. Awesome, and knows that I have to go in there and write it. So I appreciate you writing it down for me. All right, monthly hedge pressure there. So what do we do today, right? We're outside of DD bands. Let's pull up the cheat sheet. Could be a sit-out day, right? Days like this, we don't like to be too aggressive on. In bear markets, don't try to be a hero. Just get your shorts, get in, get out. You know, it's easy to make 5 or 6K in 15 minutes. I mean, you don't have to really work hard in a bear market. The market's volatile enough that your trades are really short-lived. We're going to pull up our irrational rules here. We're really far from circuit breakers. People are like asking me today, are we going to hit circuit breakers? Probably. It's possible. We're really far away from 7%. We're at like 3% right now. So keep in mind, we talked about this yesterday. We had the class of monthly hedge pressure in our boot camp. Our boot camp, 20 days for $20. Learn everything. We literally had this class yesterday. It's just one of your strongest bear setups. Literally, MHP is probably the strongest and easiest bear setup. It hands it to you on a silver platter overnight. You just hit that orange line and then it sold off to green. I tell you, in bear markets, it's going to be easy to see. We had bear structure going to the close yesterday. The greater market signal is all bearish. Seriously though, man, I've been watching like in this market, you can really find out who's a good and bad trader. I've been watching a lot of people. Like a lot of my friends have been struggling. Everyone struggles in this market. A lot of the decent trader streamers have been struggling. And then all the doofus streamers, like the ones that are like wannabe traders or new traders that just like started getting in the futures, are just getting their asses handed to them. I've seen some people blow up like 10 times this month. It's crazy how much. So don't be discouraged. I just tell it to you guys to just not be discouraged. If you're not doing bad in this market, that's okay. Bear markets are shit for everybody for the most part. Well, I guess except for me, I'm locking out and doing okay. But a lot of it's just being out in the market as much as you can. My trades are in and out quick. You guys will notice I'm not picking a position or holding all day. How do you maintain a win rate this high? Strategic avoidance. I mean, that's it. I'm rocking 71% win rate. Even in this environment, in these Tradeify accounts, through the ups and downs. 71.2, 72.1, 71.02 win rate. How do you ask? I'm very little in the market, very little. In and out as much as I can. I'm not susceptible to a lot of this noise. All right, so today, as the market has dipped down this week, before we had the Trump news to change things up, the COT was showing a little bit of liquidity on this bull kind of consolidation. As we teach in the classes, the green and blue lines at the bottom, which are the asset managers, which is green, hedge funds, which are blue, and market makers, which are red. When you look for the green and blue to pinch together and pull apart, the market's liquid. And the market has still shown signs of liquidity. Now, this is a week-old data point. It's not reflecting this week. We will probably see the lines slipping down in parallel again going into this week because this is news-driven. News will change this in the next report read we'll probably get. But in this environment, if you see both of them start sloping down, that's usually what's going to, your pullbacks and recessions are going to look like that when they're both kind of sloping down. Right through here. Actually, this inflection point right here. When green is selling and blue is not covering at equal pinch and pull like that. If green is selling and blue is flat, or green is selling and blue is selling, you're going to see that the market is tilted one side or the other. So ideally, what we look for is one of my favorite setups in the world. Once a decade it comes. It's going to be a time period where the dealers themselves are positive after a long wave of selling, like wherever this kind of waves down and ends up, or this kind of waves down ends up maybe in the summer. And then you find like a liquid pocket where they're pinching together again and the dealers are positive, and that's how you're going to find a low. And we can find lows. We usually find a low the day of. Pretty good. In the environment, you just wait for MHP breaks to the upside, gamma squeezes in the middle of a liquidity pocket, and the monthly mapper in the middle of liquidity and the commander traders, and all that will get you your $1 million trade. Like, where's the bottom so I can mortgage my house and buy all the stocks? If people buying stocks on the way down like this, like a bunch of dummies. I'm watching. I can't believe some people like watch the goofiest stuff. Like, people are like, I'm loading up on stocks on the way down. I'm like, good luck to you, man. You're gonna be holding it upside down probably for the rest of the year. This is what this year could be like. It can be bad, but we'll know the day of the right time to get in. We'll never miss a bull market. We don't. Not here. We don't miss bull markets. You want to see something cool? Let me show you guys something. I used this trick to call the bottom in 2022. I did. Let me show you how I did this. The day of, literally the day of, I got it. I said the bottom was in. All my tweets are here. I will make calls throughout the day like, yeah, it's bullish this week, bearish this week. But I don't say bull and bear, then go, haha, I nailed it. I called the bottom. I will say the bottom is in. So when I make my call, that way there's no ambiguity or no, when I say I'm long this week and the market reverses and I go, I called the bottom. No, when I say the bottom, I do what Babe Ruth does. I point at the fence. I'm that confident. I will say bottom when I'm calling a bottom. I will tell you my timing on bottom. Here's to a 2-month bear market rally potential bottom is in here. So bottom was in for 2 months. That dealer, that thing I showed you on Commander Traders, lined up here and we broke MHP right here. So I took it as a bottom was in. Here, same day, green candle, broke MHP. Inside of that structure, bottom is in. I can find a bottom the day of. If you are here every day with me, I will be yelling and screaming, this is the bottom. I won't let you guys miss it. Yeah, minimum exposure. Scott says, get in, get out, walk away. So I will tell you guys, this is the bottom. We will see the signs. The signs will be very clear and simple. Number one, Commander Traders will likely show bull structure. Oh, and I did the same thing and called the top here. Oh, and then I did the same thing and called the top. In December, after the Fed meeting, I go, this is the bear market. I've been bullish for 3 years. I even make a big production out of it. Like, I don't just say this is the top or whatever. I literally justify it. So, like, I really like to make sure that I'm very accurate with my calls. And very rarely will I say this is the top, this is the bottom, or this is a bear market starting, it's a bull market starting. I'll be very... clear about it. Here's the tweet I made on December the 19th. And I go very detailed when I'm calling the top. This is where I call the top. I said, this is it. This is it. I said, this is it. I've been bullish for 2 years since October bottom. I never said I was bear until then. So for the 2 years, no, it's a typo by saying October 20. This is 2022 because I corrected myself after I did this. I circled the wrong October. From here to here. On December 19th, I said I was bullish from here to here. And now I'm finally bearish. This is the day that did it. And it's bad. That was the top. And then everyone's like, Jadon's like when Matt speaks listen. Everybody was like, yeah, Matt's big epic calls are usually very well thought out. As in today, the first time in over 2 years, all of Rocket Scooter signals for greater market are bearish. We had that, right? I'm only a bear when they're bearish. It could be for a day, month, or a year. I take bearishness 1 day at a time. Today is day one being a bear. I'm going to be a day late to the next bull run. Good luck, my friends. And I will promise you, when it's the next bull market, I'll be shouting it. You guys won't miss the bull market. Y'all excited about that? If I jump in and I'm like, this is the bull market because everything's going to line up. Let me show you what we look for to line up. It's going to be a day where all the signals start off bearish and either a news event happens or a squeeze happens. You're going to be looking for a couple things, right? You'll be looking for a bull zone and a bear zone on monthly map. We're right here. We're clearly in bear territory. There's going to be a day where you break into a liquidity pocket from a bear zone, okay? Or you break into hedge pressure monthly and go into a bear zone. So your greater market signals, all three are bearish, and then one of them flips bullish. How many need to be bullish for me to be bullish, guys? Just quickly. Of the three signals we have, how many need to be bullish? This is why only one, right? Greater market. Only one, just one. So what you're looking for is one of those to manifest in the middle of the day. Monthly maps will be here. So either A, you're going to punch. It's not going to be the DD ratio. That's for sure. That's not going to be the one that gives it to you. Usually the first thing it's going to start and drag all the stocks up with it is going to be a gamma squeeze on hedge pressure. Usually it's going to be an MHP break to the upside on SPY. Okay. Or sometimes NASDAQ first. Okay. So SPY greater than MHP and then monthly maps. You're going to be up. You're going to be in a bear monthly map at the start of the day. The market's going to break up. You're going to take all three of these are going to be bearish and one's going to flip bullish in the middle of the day. It's going to be one of these two at the bottom. Either A, you rally up into a liquidity pocket and then I jump in on the long at the bear zone top. DD ratio will likely be less than half, but you break through and go to bull zone and then you got your clue. That's the reversal day. Under those conditions, we're going to be looking for the commitment trader to show a possible liquidity pocket, i.e. asset managers and hedge funds. The lines are pinching and pulling, which indicate liquidity in the futures market, or the market makers are going to be positive, net positive position. When there's a net positive position, that's the environment that you're watching for this to happen in. The market handed me $1 million trade on a silver platter in October of 2022. I'm going to do it again on stream. When we hit that bottom, you guys stay on the stream. When we hit that bottom, I'm going to let you guys watch me make $1 million on stream. I'll show you everything. I'm lining up hundreds of thousands of dollars just to make this trade. Literally, I'm like ready to go. I'm going to buy options like I usually do. I'm going to buy options in all the major, the Mag 7, the QQQ, the S&P, everything. And when I say the bottom is in, I want to make thousands of percent over a month or two run. I'll do it on stream. The 2022 trade I also did on stream, and everybody got to watch. I was making 6-figure bets on Nvidia, QQQ, Google, JP Morgan. I'll let you guys know. It's not hard to find a bottom. It's really hard to find a top. Usually when something bad happens, you can say, okay, the top is in. But when the market's rallying and you're like, you know what, this is the top, or market's selling off, you go, okay, this is the bottom. You're kind of a numbskull for doing this. Like, I think the bottom is in. People are like, the bottom is in. People are stupid. For the bottom to be in today, the market will likely move and then break monthly hedge pressure right there. And then keep going. And then at this point here, I go, aha, the bottom is in. I'll know this is the bottom if that happens. We got to flip something to the bull side, and that's it. So until then, we're going to scrape together, trades that we can find along the way. But man, I'm just watching these like props. Peter Brandt coins a new term, prostitutes. That was pretty hilarious. Actually, I got into a long discussion with Peter Brandt yesterday, believe it or not, about the prop industry. He even tweeted about me twice. We had a very healthy discussion. The guy's very smart. I never really sat down and chatted with him. He writes books and stuff. Very sharp dude. We chatted for a little bit yesterday at the end of the day. He was like curious about the whole prop industry. Obviously, he was like me. I was a hater of the prop industry for a while because I didn't know anything about it. And then when I learned that's a great educational environment and starting environment for beginners, I was like 100% behind it. And he was like, is it even real? Are people getting broker statements and whatever? And all these prop guys out there are all still stuck in sim accounts. And I told him, I was like, hey, DM me. I'll send you my broker statements. And he's like, oh, really? That nobody does that. And I was like, yeah, send me a DM. So I sent Peter Brandt my broker statements, by the way, from the real account and everything to show I'm really trading and stuff. And then we had he's like, wow, it's really cool to meet a real trader, yada, yada. He's like, I'd love to introduce you to all my friends. I hang out with a lot of the market wizard guys and stuff. And they'd like to hear about the style, what you do. That sounds kind of cool. But anyways, he was like, so tell me about the prop industry. And I was telling him about how it works and how the payouts work. And he knows everything about taxes. And I think he runs a hedge fund or commodity pool or something because he knew all the tax structure for it. He was like, which tax form is this? Is it, he's like, are they partnerships so you get a K1, or is it actually just like the 60/40, that tax form, like it gives you the 60/40. And I was just like, okay, he's a very informed person when it comes to actually commodity pools, the futures industry. So I had a long over Twitter, DM'd. And he tweeted, he's like, I had a long conversation with some players in the prop industry yesterday, and that was actually referring to me. So that's kind of cool. And he's like, this is kind of something that actually isn't too bad. I might actually recommend this at some point. I was like, did I help change that guy's opinion? He's been a prop firm hater for a while. But anyways, we had a cool discussion, and I was actually very impressed how smart the dude was. He didn't just sound like your typical Furu. He was like hitting up what's the tax structure of these things, and he was asking me questions that I didn't know the answer to. I was like, I need to check on this because I don't know these things. And I Googled and I was like, yeah, he's right. So he knows his stuff. So it's kind of cool. No one convinces Brandt. Yeah. So I was actually very, very excited to actually have a chat with him. But it was very simple. I just sent him my broker statements. And I tell you guys in this industry that money talks. And if you show people you're really trading, you show people that you're not just out there, goofing off and pretending you're doing it. There's people that will they'll at least give you the time of day. So yeah, He's a stubborn guy, but he should be, because this is Wall Street. You shouldn't be fooled by anything. You need to do your homework and be stubborn. That's how you survive. You got to learn to not buy into bullshit. And he's not wrong. It took me a while to understand what the prop firm stuff was all about. But I was super honored to have a chit chat with him. That was kind of cool. I was also at the gym on the treadmill, walking instead of running. Yeah. So let me show you. Let me show you. You guys ready? Let me show you the tweet. Totally fascinated that I've connected with some real legit arms of the most rotten wheel funny prop industry. Connected with 2 such legit players today. I think the current prop industry might evolve into something I could recommend. I showed him my broker statement from ETF. I was like, this is real. I was like, keep it confidential and everything, but like, this is real. And he's like, yeah, that is real. He's like, so it's a dormant account, and we getting shredded for the summer. I'm trying to. Do I look shredded? I mean, look, I feel like I'm losing weight. Like, you can see my veins are popping, my arms are skinny. Like my chin jowls are gone. Yeah, I feel like I'm getting in shape. But yeah, he called them prop prostitutes, but I portmanteaued the word together and called it prostitutes, and I thought it was hilarious. So now there's a new term, prostitutes. So pips and ticks, yeah, dude. So it's kind of like, it's kind of good to see Brent come around. He's been a longtime advocate against the proxies, but for good reason, because it's rampant with fraud and rampant with misrepresentation and rampant with like paper traders pumping out sim accounts at mass risk to maximize profits. And, it just doesn't have like a clean eye to it. But then when he sees there's like real traders with real broker statements and people actually doing this and somewhat doing okay, and it's legit, and a reason to believe that some of it's legit, he was kind of like, oh, this is incredible. He's like, this is something I might. He asked me every question in the book about it. He's like, so how often you get the payouts? What's the payout structure? What is this whole sim to funding? Are you actually getting paid? And I was just like, yeah. And I told him straight up, So that's it. What's my favorite prop firm? I'm going to say that my favorite prop firm has been Tradeify, because I use their straight to funded. ETF is a good one that has a variety, and they're about to come up with a straight to funded account. And Take Profit is everyone here's favorite prop firm. So those are the 2 we recommend for the most part. TPT and ETF. TPT, Take Profit, and Tradeify. And ETF, when they come out with their straight to funded, it'll be great. They also have an end of the day drawdown, which is great. Those are my 2 favorite accounts there. But their rules are a little harder. This is why people choose the other ones, because like for like, their rules are easier. What's the market view? So we opened up and shorted off MHP. I was shorting out the door. Minutes in a market open. I'm up whatever this is. What is this? 345.50. So I'm up 5,500 already in profit. And the day hasn't even started. I'm not eager to give any of that back. We opened irrational. So down here, there is no shorting. Below green band. No shorting, right? There's no shorting. There are longs off of strong pivots only, and then longing we get above the band. So this is usually a sit out, trading small by default, small or very small. Strong pivots only, MHP, bear zone top, bull zone bottom. The strong pivots are here. MHP, bear zone top, bull zone bottom. So basically, we're going to sit out and look for liquidity pockets or monthly hedge. We're definitely going to be below monthly hedge. There might not be a trade to take off. And actually, I think a catalyst is active today. So let's actually get our cat active line. So S&P catalyst active, no trading when there's a catalyst 5421. Sorry, 43. 52. So no, there is no trading below this purple line anyways. So let everybody in Discord know there's a cat active. Okay, so we have a cat active on this sudden sharp move to the downside. We all know the rule there. Everybody understand what I mean by cat is active? Is that right? Did he do that math right? Yep. It's catalyst active, right? 54, 52? No, 53, 52, my bad. Thanks, JTR. RS algo. Yeah. RS algo. Nothing out the door. Sit on this. Let it fall. Let it do whatever. We have a 51.73 low in S&P possibility. We're down 3%. Strategic avoidance is a strategy. Is a strategy. Looks like we had a gap fill somewhere. Let's see where that came from. Where's that line? Did we fill that gap? 55.17? Oh shit, we did. So we did fill these gaps. We gapped through this one. So we actually filled a gap at 517. That's cool to see. All right, so we're gonna wait for liquidity maps to pop out just to see if there's a strong pivot down here. Cat active. There's really no trade setups when a cat is active. So sit out below is the rule that we have. So in markets like this, you don't got to be a hero. There's no reason to come out here and try to guess what's going on. Everybody understand? Say it with me. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a catalyst active. We sit down when catalysts are active, right? But hey, hang out because we're going to listen to music. We're going to talk about the fundamentals of the market. We're going to look out for breaks to the upside, and MHP breaks could be a particular setup. Oh, we're opening below MHP already on the S&P. Very nice. So if one were to short very, very small, this is a short entry right out the door. Just for funsies. I know you're not supposed to short down here, but there's a short setup immediately at the open on S&P. QQQ has strong pivot here. So one can argue that QQQ has a long setup from there. I just tap it with one, just for the fun of it. There's not it's supposed to sit out when there's a catalyst active. I can hit it with some micros. Oh yeah. Short setup from here, 438 down to 435. That's about 160 points drop in NASDAQ. MHP. So we're going to watch for this one too. If the S&P breaks through MHP to the upside, that's where we get the reversal, right? So any break from here is the reversal play to the upside. So this is the reversal. Sit out. This is crash still below. Bull. Okay, this is really tight. And like I said, right out the door, it's a short. So this market's going to be completely trying to trade down. And QQQ has about a... QQQ has a bull bounce point here. So actually, if one were to be advantageous, I know a catalyst is active, but catching the bid right here would be not a terrible idea to take a one micro scalp to the long side. That is a strong pivot. S&P doesn't have it, but QQQ has it. So nothing out the door, let it pull back. That's what I'm doing. Catalyst line on NASDAQ. Remember, catalyst is active, so nobody, you know what I'm saying? Like, nobody here is ever in a good spot trying to guess the market in a catalyst, that's for sure. 160.5. 18,439. Yeah, it's just a short out the door. I mean, that's basically what it's doing. That was a good setup here. Now, QQQ from about 437.5 to 435. That is 100 points lower from here. So right about 18,800 is going to be MHP. So let's mark this up. About here. I'm going to mark this up. So I'm just going to kind of move this around as I get kind of like better estimate of where that's going to be. This is 35, 37. So it's 2.6 times 4. It's going to be 80,104. So about right there. There is a potential bounce play from here. Guys, don't forget to hit the like button. You're going to short right now? Go for it. Not a bad choice. Can't give you stock advice. That ain't a bad choice, my friend. Below MHP, the universe is handing you below MHP a second time, ladies and gentlemen. All right, those of you that have been through the boot camp, do you trust in MHP now? How good it is? I like it. Month, just switch your ticker. The month should load up, or click the refresh button at the top. Did y'all like it? We literally had this class yesterday. So, it only had touched. I mean, you were a smidge off pre-market, but yeah. Catalyst is active. MHP saves lives, as we tell people. About 60 points lower from here. So, about 18,020 is that MHP bounce right here. Advantageous traders will understand. Let's talk about the VIX really quick. That this is a potential bounce point. It doesn't mean that it is the bounce point, but it is a potential bounce point. A catalyst is active. One could arguably place a micro or two there if one were aiming for bottoms. That sounds kinky. Giggity. You want to touch some bottoms? He's in bottom. That's it. Not saying it is. We did open with QQQ bull structure, but the S&P is absolutely wrecked. So not going to fight this, but we are trading very high, 30.3 on VIX futures. VVIX is 140. I mean, this is just, pandemonium at this point. No reason at all to go out there and risk a whole lot. You're going to skip today? Not a bad idea, but don't turn the stream off though. Leave the stream on just because there's a catalyst. You got to still help the algo numbers. All right, so those of you, some of the giveaways we do today, like take profit and those, we have to give them your email, and then they give you the account. They just drop it into your account. So you should wake up with the account there once they get it set up. There's no code or anything to do. Some of the groups like ETF and like Tradeify will give me a code, but others, they don't do the code thing. They're just like, tell us their email, we'll give them the account. All right, so QQQ a little bit further. Could there be a bouncer here? There could be. Resiliences are negative. Markets are nasty. The S&P's falling. I mean, we filled an old gap on the S&P. But yeah, no, I don't think the market's going to rally at all from here. There might just be a nice little scalp off of there. It's the only hope, which is here. The only potential anything. Only. That's it. And catalyst is active, so I'm talking like if I'm going to touch this, is very small. I'm talking like I put a micro on it. We don't like to trade when cats are active. We always tell people cats are active. Be smart and don't be a dummy. But advantageous traders might say, I'll take some risk, but let me make it very small. I'll make it very small. All right, y'all know the rules here. I've been crushing it though. Oh, I was short right out the door yesterday. I've been watching these numbskull prostitutes, and I told y'all that story about the prostitute word. Now we're gonna keep using that. I love that. I'm gonna give Peter Brandt credit for coming up with half of it. I came up with the other half, damn it. I portmanteaued his prostitutes into prostitute. So now you guys can give me 10% credit for royalties on that meme. Tons of these folks, dude, buying the dip at the end of the day yesterday. I was like waking up below MHP. I was like, oh fuck no. No. I shorted 3 minutes in the future session. I popped a short as fast as I could. Market literally gapped up and hit MHP and I just pressed it short. Like you can easily see these bear markets come from a mile away. I mean, I woke up today with $5,500 even before the session started. So, you know, the only hope we got here for today is a little MHP bounce, possibly right here. The only hope. I'm talking the only hope of something. Right about 18.020. Remember, when it comes to catalysts and comes to markets diving, I don't try to get in early. I'm going to let it dive and then come back and see what I can make a decision there. Never attack early if I'm going to do anything. Let me even have some fun. Now, again, I'm going to do this in one account, one E-mini, and one account. That's it. Just for retracement bounce, and none of this, I repeat, none of this. Oops, let me not get that. Where's the one over here? Yeah, let's delete this guy. Little rainbow jubilee of colors here. Let me put this over here. Just for funsies. Could I take that MHP long? We are almost pretty much there. Just for funsies. Just to retrace half. I think it's about 12 points lower than here. About right there. About 34 now. Just literally with one, just for fun. If I can get $500, I'll close out. Around the edge. Wait, my futures chart is literally not updating. What the hell? Okay, it looks like my chart is frozen. I've disconnected. Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. What the fuck? Hold on, guys. Let me reset my platform. Literally, my platform just disconnected. Hold on, y'all. What a worse time for this to happen. What on earth? Okay, hold on. Let me log back in. What in the world is going on here? My platform literally froze. Not logged into futures account? What's going on? Oh my God. I am connected. That's so weird. Okay. That's so weird. Okay, well, all right. Let's get back to it. Sorry, I had to you guys can't see my login information. It froze at the minute. Okay, if I can get $500, I'll be happy. Jeez Louise. So my candles are freezing and I got in a bad spot. That's stupid. I'm just playing with like nothing really. Trying to take MHP bounce if there is one. If it crashes, it continues to crash. Don't worry. So like maybe worth a little tiny attempt. Just literally like the smallest I can think of. And if it falls really quick. So it's going to overshoot. Trust me. I'll take that scalp. I don't like trading a catalyst, but I said I'll take $500 or $800. You got it twice. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Just play the noise. I got my 40 points. I'm done. Oh, that's fun. Even when my fucking platform failed. That rocked? Yeah. Look, done. I have to do anything else for the rest of the day. Like, you're going to get 40 points super quick. Yeah, just super quick. Don't forget to hit that like button, guys. Everybody, do me a favor. Thank goodness it's Friday. What's up, Kaizen from ETF in the house? We are doing our ETF giveaway today, by the way. So, as again, MHP is bay. Ooh. It's just good for scalping. I mean, it's even though catalyst is active, throwing some micros on it or whatever, tiny little position. I don't know what that is right now, but let's double check how much I make today. How much did I make today? Let's see, add that up. Hold on. About 7.5K. Cool. I was clean? Yeah, super clean. I was clean. Now again, we went to the next pivot. Done. Honestly, I'm not giving you guys financial advice, but that's it. That's all you need to do. Day is over. Like, let the market be stupid from now. Don't, like, remember, we look for MHP breaks to go to the upside. You guys loving it? Oh, hell yeah. I'm loving it. MHP is the best, dude. It's so fucking good. Catalyst is active. We say no trading for a reason. All right, I'm adding up the numbers here. $73.89. Yep. Cool. It's pretty simple. MHP, like I said, the day is over. Like, catalyst is active, market's crazy, but just a nice little scalp. I was like, I'll make my 40 points and be done. That's the only hope, right? Star Wars, only hope. The last hope. The one hope we have. Oops. Oh, that's in this program. Hold on. Let me delete this. Not a bad day. On my quest to 100K. No active positions for me now. You're out of the trade? Yeah, just a tiny scalp. That's it. Like the market's going to be really insane. Hundreds, 200s of points in NASDAQ. Get my quick MHP bounce. See, we saw this before anybody else did. Now everyone else is probably going, oh, maybe I'll buy that dip. And we're just like, took my money and ran. Profits out. I'm done, right? Super quick. Being first is everything in Wall Street. 73.89 profit. Ooh, man, I'm so excited to have that chat with Peter Brandt. He gave me some props there. I'm really excited that I could have hopefully been one of the few people out there that gave him a little bit of insight positively in the prop industry. I did beg him for a month to take my broker statements. I think that was really what did it. I was like, dude, I'm real. I was like, give me your email. I will send you my broker statement. And I'm sure it's very funny in the industry. Very rarely are people going to hand their broker statements to somebody and say, you know, this is confidential. This is just between me. He's like, no, I respect your confidentiality, but I want to see that it's real. And I was like, absolutely, I'll show you. And I sent him, you know, information so he can, because he's a big proponent, a big voice against the prop industry. And I think I changed his mind. I really do. So I'm excited. All right, guys, for my next magic trick, let's see if I can pull up any more trade setups. Let's hang out for a little bit. Super lovely. Good pre-market reading? Yeah, spot on. But again, this is just a push off of that. We have SPY MHP as resistance here. So when we get to that level, remember, SPY is going to have resistance right up there. So this is going to get there and immediately start trying to figure this out. So bull market on that side crash. So here's what you do, right? If you're like, maybe today is the reversal day, right? Don't try to guess it here. You know what you're going to know if it's a reversal day? If SPY gets here, and then SPY breaks through and comes right here, I'm going to chase along for the reversal day. But this is the confirmation reversal. Everybody repeat. 526.5, 526.5. I don't look at this and go, maybe this is the reversal. Let me get in on this. You don't want to get in at the bottom. You want to get in where you're confident. That's it. I will literally miss the next 50 points on the S&P and jump in right here and ride it. Every time. Every time. So days like this, I go, okay, the bull market can convince itself to reappear here, or we can continue to crash below this, okay? Trust me when I say, if this were to happen, I'm not going to miss out on the next, I don't know, 500 points move in the S&P over the next week. Right? DD band, DD ratio, 13. Oh my God, right? Greater bear market. Disgusting. We had a little hint on bull Nasdaq, which is why I was in and out. Does everyone understand why I was in and out and not in for reversal? I don't care. I'm using MHP and the bounce potential just to get a scalp off of it, right? Today up 3K in paper. Ricky Vaughn, let's go. You guys stay here. Don't forget, if you haven't subbed to the channel yet, sub to the channel. We love having you guys here every day. I'm good for the day no matter what happens. Yeah. Is Gamma said along could be the next move? We're not there yet. 100%. So what I don't do is I don't grab along in a stupid place. I wait. The market is still in crash territory. Okay. Let's not be real about that. And we are also in a catalyst, right? I think that's how you spell territory. Looks like that's an M, but it's 2 R's. So, right. Bull market does break out above here. We have to break the pre-market opening range about this area on NASDAQ and about, like, what the heck happened to my platform? It's not even opening SPY. It says I'm not connected to futures, which is very weird. Extremely odd what happened to my platform, like glitched out today. I'm gonna have to redo all the settings and start over. So by proxy, I'm gonna trade with NASDAQ for you guys. What's up, Danny Blue? Welcome back. Is this the lowest DD on record? Yeah, because we haven't had DD since 2022. We created it back then. No, 2023 maybe, actually. Because it came out like a year after the platform came out. This is probably the lowest DD on record. I don't think I've seen it much lower. It's a newer invention of ours. We've only had it since, yeah, 2020, probably so. Market should go up in a while. Cat is active, you know, we're just kind of chilling on this down here. I took a long bounce off of that, which is just a cat. Remember, guys, now micros is the smarter play. I did grab it with a mini, but you see how rapidly that one mini was like down 600 and then up 800 in minutes. You have to understand the leverage you're taking. Now, these accounts, I'm up 60 whatever K in these accounts. So it's like, okay, I can afford to lose like 1,000 or 2. And let's just put a scalp in there. Yeah. You missed the monthly giveaway? No, we're going to do a monthly giveaway today. Oh, we're giving away lifetime today. So don't go anywhere. Lifetime giveaway today. Let me put that on the screen somewhere. Yeah. We're doing a lifetime giveaway today. Oh my God. Okay. Here's giant tax above my head. Only at 500 viewers. That's the rule. So you guys, in return, I want you to go out there and retweet and get people in here. I'll do the lifetime giveaway, but I want to get to 500 viewers first. You're waiting for J Powell? I'll share with you guys some of the nice things that chat with Peter Brand about. Yeah, we had a long conversation. Talked for about an hour. He goes, you might be one of the few exceptions being transparent. Congrats to you on this. I'd be more than willing to take a look at your. I was begging him for a month. I was like, you know, Peter was talking against the prop firm industry, and then the prop guys were arguing with him. He's arguing with them. He just wanted to see that it's real. And believe it or not, none of these people stepped up to show him the broker statements. Believe it or not, because the prop affiliates don't really do well at trading. They don't want your broker statements going out there. Many of them aren't even on live accounts. And I'm replying to every comment. I'm like, Peter, follow me and send me your email. I will send you my broker statement. So CQG keeps going down. This is what's happening. Like my futures WebSocket is closing up. I have no idea what's going on here. My futures data is frozen a second time. It's not us, guys, it's CQG. Lifetime access to the platform, that's right. Your futures data just glitched as well. It's a CQG thing, I think. It's not us, because we just tunnel the data coming through from CQG. Futures data going down. Because the data feed's not controlled by us. Yours locked when mine did as well. Mine's disconnected from the socket fully. Even though our sciences were connected to it, I'm connected to futures. We're not getting any data return from CQG. But anyways, let me tell you the legacy. So, I don't know how many traders would do this. On you guys' behalf, I'm trying to get like some good... I'm the one out there. I'm transparent. I show my statements. I show people that I make money. I show people I really do. I don't know anybody out there, if you know any trading gurus out there or whatever, that's going to be like, here, guys, you want to see my broker statement? They're all out there busy photoshopping their results. So I like begged Peter for a month. I'm like, every time he said something about prop firms, I'm like the first comment, hey, follow me. I will send you my broker statement. So I did that for you guys. And I'm going to get a voice out there that's supporting the prop industry. One of the biggest anti-prop people out there, and I think I changed his mind, or I helped change his mind. I was like, please let me send you my trading results. And then if he sent me a DM and I sent him my broker statement, then he was like, wow, he's like, he goes, thanks. I love the opportunity to point out real traders. I sent him everything. I sent him the account number, everything. And I was like, this is it. And he's like, okay, that is real. He's like, so you really do get a live count with some of the prop firms. I'm like, yeah. And he's like, so how's it all set up and structured? And he's like, that's really crazy. He's like, for the longest time, he's like, there's so many people that post about it and they don't really show real results. And it's hard to tell what's real, what's Photoshop, what's paper. I'm like, trust me, I know. I was against the industry for the same reason. People getting paid for sim trading. How do you know what's real? How do you know who's good? How do you know who to trust? And you can't. And the hesitancy of everyone out there to send anybody their results is definitely proof of somebody who's a skeptic to be even more skeptical. And I was like, I don't blame you for that. And he's like, so why are there multiple accounts? Like, what's that all about? He didn't understand the basics of like why there would be more than one account. And I explained it very clearly. I'm like, okay, well, you're a casino and you have a blackjack table and people can ante up and play one hand or ante up and play 5 hands. Why do they let you play 5 instead of just limit you to 1? Because that house has an edge, and the more you play, the more you lose. And I said, it's a casino's business model. And he's like, okay, I get that. Makes sense. Be very, very, very honest with them about the industry, The broker statements are easy photoshoppable, right? Well, yeah, that's why it took me so long to get to him. I had to Photoshop my broker statement. One line at a time. Duh. So anyways. Basically, like, why are there 5 accounts and what's the point of that? And, like just having like a real discussion about it. And at the end, he was like, this is so crazy. He's like, this is great. I appreciate you taking the time. And I explained what I did. And he's like, I love meeting trading soulmates. You'd fit right into the group I consider to be my peers. Chicago Board of Trade guys. I'd, love to introduce you to them sometime. I was like, dang. I was like, okay. I might get to meet some really cool players in the game. So I'm excited. had a long conversation with Peter Brandt yesterday, the big influential trading author and naysayer against the prop industry. He's a huge critic of the prop firm world. So I reached out just on my own, like nobody just, I was like trying to say, hey, I used to be a huge critic of the prop firm too. Nobody sat here and made fun of the prop firm industry more than I did. And now I'm part of it. Or not part of it, but using it. And I'm like, trust me, I know I used to be a critic for the same reasons. I can reconnect and maybe it works. But so he tweeted about me yesterday. Saying I had a conversation with some players in the industry and it might have changed my mind about, the things about the prop industry. It'd be kind of cool to do a podcast with him sometime. But what I was going to say is that, like, at first I was kind of like, maybe he's just like out of touch or doesn't understand. Very sharp. When I started talking to him about things was going, he was asking very technical questions about how's it structured, what's the tax structures at this tax form, that tax form. So he knows his stuff. And he was like, how's this even legal? What's the tax like? How how's it working? And, something a veteran in the commodities world would be asking the right questions, like straight up. So I was like, okay, I understand the level of skepticism because nobody out there, I couldn't even answer a lot of the questions. I was like, I don't really know a lot of it. It's my first year doing this, so I don't know. Is it going to be a scheduled K1? Am I a partner in a commodity pool, or is it just going to be like, was it 1265, whatever that tax form is? Can't remember what it's called. I used to get the tax number, but or 1256, whatever it is. I always get it backwards. So yeah, 1256. So, kind of just wondering like the legal structure of what it is. And he's like, oh, it does make sense if it's a 1256. And I'm not sure if you're a member of a commodity pool or how it works on that aspect, who gets taxed and this and that. But I was like, yeah, that does make sense. I'd be a skeptic at the structure of everything too if you were like a long-term vet of the futures world. Yeah, like I'm disconnected on my futures account here. I don't know why. Let's try one more time to reconnect. See if I get one more time to get here. There we go. We're back. CQG struggling this morning. Now we're back. Okay, cool. We get our 500 viewer target today. We'll give away a lifetime rocket scooter. Go do me a favor, you guys. Let's play Fight Club today. I want you guys to go out there and start a fight. I'm just kidding. I'll start a fight. You guys remember Fight Club though? When he's like, your assignment today, go out there and start a fight with a random stranger. Just do it. So I want you guys to go to a random place and drop our stream just for fun. I don't care. Some random Discord, some random whatever. Go drop our stream somewhere. See if we can get 500 people in here. A bunch of new faces. Rule number 1. Great movie. Greater book, by the way. Super good movie. Raid Alpine. Not our friends though. Don't go shamelessly plug in our friends' streams. But maybe like in some random Discord or something. I want you, somebody said. Well, thank you. It's really sweet. And to think of some chat room got muted. Oh, that's funny. You got your futures data back as well. Sounds like kind of sounds like we just had a CQG had a blip, and you're gonna see that a lot of times. These data feeds, these APIs kind of go crazy when there's a lot of activity. They can't handle it. So we're still in crash territory. Yep. Ooh. But just as a so I had a pretty decent conversation with a legend in the futures world. You guys want to check it out? So me and Mr. Brandt chatted for a while. Very honored to have a discussion with someone super busy. But basically, after the conversation, was like, totally fascinated. I have connected with some real legit arms of the mostly rotten we fund you prop industry. Connected with 2 legit players today. I think the current prop industry might evolve into something I could recommend. And people are like, what the hell? Did hell freeze over? Did they provide authentic tax or brokerage statements to prove their trading track record? Yes, at least a start. In the end, only audited tax statements will mean anything. How about that? That's kind of cool. I didn't get a direct shout out, but that was the, it's really neat. I was kind of excited. Gamma, you made 8.5K, bro. All right. Don't jinx it. If you're up like any amount like that, this is the day that we, this is like, quit while you're ahead. It's Friday, bro. You know what I mean? Gamma over here crushing it, dude. I'm happy, bro. I love seeing you make money, man. You know what I'm saying? Don't jinx it. I'm lucky to have walked away with something today too, so I'm not going to jinx it either. The question is, a loss of MHP on QQQ is continual move down. We're still in crash territory in the S&P. This is QQQ MHP. I have no downside target. We've already cleared out the red line. So, I mean, there's just nothing underneath this. This could be a circuit breaker kind of day, but we're not going to trade it like this. Remember, when a cat is active, I have a question. How many people here right now are in a trade, or how many people are practicing strategic avoidance? This is a very good question. Very good question. Who is strategically avoiding this? I can't give you guys investment advice, but I can give you, we'll be doing a giveaway in 45 minutes. Yes. Today is ETF. We're giving away 3 accounts. Avoidance after the initial long. Strategic avoidance still new. Strategic avoidance. Tell yourself, like, we try to use the word that makes it seem like it's a trade, because it is, right? Say, I'm sitting out. Well, okay. But strategic avoidance is such a powerful word. You should say that as a trader. Strategic avoidance. Say it with you out loud. Strategic avoidance. You can say, I'm just sitting out. Well, it doesn't sound like you made a lot of thought into that. I'm not trading. Strategic avoidance means my strategy is to avoid. It's powerful to say that. Choosing to sit out is a choice you can make, but strategic avoidance is one of the best trading strategies there is. If you have a strategy that literally tells you sit out, your strategy is good. Maintaining a high win rate requires strategic avoidance. Most people that write trading algorithms write something that buys and something that sells. And every point in time, it's got one of 2 questions. Should I be long now or should I be short now? And that's the failure point. A really good trading algorithm is going to have all 3. Should I be long? Should I be short? Or should I be neutral? It's okay to not know. That's very true. In this market, it's okay to say, I don't know, therefore I don't trade. Most people, especially with technical analysis, always trying to know. This is what I should be doing. I should be long, I should be short. But we are very specific about strategic avoidance here. We have rules about avoidance. We have irrational rules. Let me see if I can find them for you guys. Let me pull up my cheat sheet on strategic avoidance. This is one of the things we give you in the boot camp. I don't think you guys have gotten there yet. But the irrational rule set right here. Even here, we have rules for strategic avoidance. We give it out in one of our handouts. Irrational means structure is broken. You can't assume markets are moving rationally. Indicators will fail. Don't trust a lot of things. We don't use resilience, DD ratio, nothing when irrational. We can't assume that the stocks are going to lead the stock market in a gentle, nice, easy flow. People are irrational and changing their positions and getting squeezed all over left and right. You can't tell. So when structure is broken, we practice strategic avoidance. It's a very strong word to use, right? Strategic avoidance. The rules at the bottom, additional irrational rules. DD band breaks, small, long pivots only, which was today. However, when a catalyst is active in any index, sit out every single time. I can prove in them there's a catalyst active. Nasdaq's going to go up and down 100 points every minute or two. I mean, it's just like something you don't want to play. Strategic avoidance is part of any winning trading strategy. My strategy actually says sit out. My bot says sit out. My algo says don't trade. Whatever you have that has that part of it, it's good. My indicators say don't act. Then you're doing something right. If every time you're trying to interpret, wait, is that a long or is that a short? You already are shooting yourself in the foot. It's 3 choices every time you make a trade. Actually, our trade plan class that we get to towards the end of the boot camp tells you the first thing you ever do is ask yourself, should I even make this trade? And then you go, okay, maybe. And then you put together a trade plan. And the reason you ask yourself, do that before you do a trade plan is because you don't want to waste your time putting together a trade plan if you should be sitting out already. So should I make this trade? Is there strategic avoidance in effect? Okay, no catalyst, no breaks. Okay, we're good. So now I make a trade plan. Okay, where do I enter? Where's my strong pivot? Where do I get out? What's the R&R on the trade? Okay, determine all the pieces of that. Number 3 is, on my loss, what's my position size I need to take so I don't bust my account or blow up my PAs or blow up my whatever, my evals. And so you decide if the amount you're taking in the risk and the amount you're taking is too much, that you can afford that loss. And then if it isn't, adjust your position size. So it's like, should I avoid? What's my trade plan? What's my position size? And then once you've wrapped it all up together, then you ask yourself one more time, do I want to trade this still? It's so important you ask it twice. You ask it at the start and you ask it at the end before you even execute. Strategic avoidance question is asked twice in a trade plan. It's like when you cross the street, look left, look right, but look left again. We've all know that, right? Left, right, left. Make sure right before you execute, you double check. And that's what we do here. It's the best thing you can do. So if you guys are avoiding the market strategically, you are making what I consider the best trade plan today to be the avoidance plan. You guys get it? So that is a trade plan. My trade plan says to sit out. Well, why? Catalyst is active. DD band break. All of my rules to say I can do small longs, it should be a sit out. Now, I did take one very risky scalp right there. I could have lost $1,000 if I was wrong, and I could make it, $1,000 if I was right or whatever. And I just could have taken it with some micros. Even when Catalyst is active, I could take micros. But on the stream, I have to make trades or else you guys get disinterested. So I got to do something flashy. But in reality, if I was sitting here with my real account and you guys are watching me, I wouldn't touch this at all today. Just wake up and be like, oh, I got the day off. Let me go spend time with my friends and family. You guys are all smart. All right. Let's see what we got here. All right. Somebody's on their hands. No trade. On your hands. Sit out. Strategic avoidance. Circuit breaker. You have 4% to drop. I'm all in. Right. Avoidance after the initial long. Avoidance until noon. Avoidance. Doing both at the same time. Hilarious. Staying out now. Avoidance. Sit on hands. Yeah, you guys are filling it out. I love it. I love to see you guys are being smart about this. Strategically waiting long liquidity. Scott is with me. Right now, I'm ready to long liquidity as well. Long liquidity. So today, if for whatever reason we're walking around and Trump says something or Powell says something or whatever and the market goes here, I'm going to jump in on the long with some minis. Let it go. Right? I wait for the market in this environment. I just sit out. Let the market continue to be stupid. And then once it gets its move to the upside on a catalyst or an event that reverses us the other way, I'm going to be back in. Chad says to leave my wife for you. Okay. Deal. Can you cook? You want a 436 put at 437 when you think I should sell? I can't give you advice on your trade, my friend. You're in a short. Like you also have rules that you follow, EST. There you go. As long as you're following your own strategy, that's the best part. If your strategy has rules to sit out as part of the trade plan, you're doing something right. We have advantage that we don't have a fund manager, anyone be breathing down our necks, forcing us to trade like money managers do. Yeah, like I've got an audience that forces me to trade. Sitting out is like the least sexy thing on a trading stream. Trust me when I say, me practicing my best trading strategy doesn't bring in viewers. So I'm at a balance point that I gotta still kind of throw something out there. But in reality, I'm doing. What is the catalyst? It doesn't matter what the catalyst was. The market is self-catalyzing, even if it's a news event or whatever. Today, it looks like right at about 7 o'clock in the morning or 6 o'clock in the morning Eastern, the market just nose dove. Maybe something in Europe. I didn't even check the news today. Let's double check the news while we're at it. Maybe Bank of BOE or something. Let's go all the way back to the morning. Add to Fed bet, seeing 50% chance of 5 cuts this year. What? 50%. Oh, 50% chance of May cut. China announces extra, oh, there it is, extra 34% tariffs on U.S. goods imposed from April 10th, adds 11 U.S. companies to their unreliable list. That's it. So China is throwing more tariffs and tariff. So that was right here. So yeah, Chinese tariffs. China. QQQ MHP second time. I'm hungry, man. I want some eggs. iDoc, are you here? I want breakfast today. I'm like really hungry today. Blue Horseshoe loves MHP. Blue Horseshoe loves MHP. Should I just play with some micros for funsies? Just put a micro on there, maybe 2. Just for funsies. No, this is sit out day, man. Like, I got micros on this. I ain't even caring. There's no trade. There's no good trade from here. Trust me. I can't give you guys trading advice. We can try to look at something here. There's volatility here on MHP. Alice is active. Throw micros at micros. $50, $60. Come on. That's it. $100. Build around the position here. Like I said, risking nothing. Micros on MHP hold. That's it. If we break MHP, the market's crashing today. Micros. Volatility's insane though. Long America. Yeah. It's a tough one. Already down right near my stop loss. So I'm going to give myself like 80 points of stop on this one. 78 to 107. Yeah, roughly 80 points. So we have double overshoot here. So, no, hold on. Wait. Yeah, so 50. Just on the volatility alone. See, that's why it's just micros. See, micros can make this move pretty damn quick. And then I'll just close it out if I'm wrong. Hit it one more time if it bounces. Just measuring that middle area here. We're in crash territory below this orange line, by the way. This is a very scary setup. I'm giving myself a strike distance and a half for the stop here. It's very heavy. This bid is very heavy. Now I put micros on it. I'm giving myself, like I said, wait, hold on, let me double check how much stop I want to give myself here. Rule of thumb, 68, 71. Wow, so 100 points. 100 points of overshoot. So that's 2.5 strike. That's 2.5 here. Okay. That's here. Allowable overshoot, 432.5. The monkey song? I don't know because I don't have a lot of skin in this game here. It's right on the edge of crashing. Literally like on the edge of crashing, so. I think I'll waste the monkey song. If I try to fight this market's way too strong. The downside. It's starting to move quick though, like really quickly down. The tick chart just looks nasty. Around the edge of my stop. I'm just building micros around this pivot. You don't look good, guys. You don't look good. I'm right on the edge. So normally I'll throw micros around my pivot. And then that's it. But we are losing it pretty bad, so I might close this out. So I just put micros on there. Last attempt. To retrace there. See how big micros can move? That's the last overshoot right here. Okay, now I'm building, this is a risky setup. I'm just putting micros on it. To have something, but yeah, this is something you shouldn't be doing. And that's not going to work out. So I'm literally right on the edge of the volatility. So I'll close out if I'm wrong. This is right on the edge. I'll get a green candle. Next candle, I'm just going to close it out. There she is. Let's go. Come on. 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 Come on, baby. Come on. Dude, the volatility here is just nuts. It's nuts. This is crazy just watching it move so quick. All right. Again, if it breaks lows, I'm out. Come on. Always better safe than sorry. There's a strong yellow line here at 1790, so 17900. Right here. I'm watching on tick chart. But that's it. We started losing these levels. This market's crashing today. Crashing. So. Come on. The green candle is there. That's the bounce I wanted to see, but let's see if it holds. Do we get a hold today? Reciprocal tariffs, man. Market hates talking about the damn tariffs, so this is it. This is the edge. If I start breaking lows here, I'm going to start trimming and closing. This is the recovery. Let's get it. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. My confidence is lowering by the moment. I'm sure this is a loss, but it's a yellow line gamble. We have a support there. Although it's not really the best support. Cat is active, so I just put micros on it. Let's trim. Buy, 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 buy. Buy. Okay. I know that was, look at me being a wuss. Whatever. Better safe than sorry. It's right on the edge, though, of that level. I just risked $1,000 of the whatever I was up just to play MHP recover, but we lost that one. Better safe than sorry. Any attempt that we have, though, to recover MHP, I'd like to take it, but now we're just crashing below it, so we're back down to being stupid. If we get it one more time, I'll do the same. I'll do the same exact trade one more time if I get it. I like to take the attempt. And the micros, like I said, would have been very massive even if it would have ran up, but... This is the most brutal I've seen the market in a very long time. I'm watching my tick chart off to the side. There is strong pivot that's 906 level. is a really strong pivot. But this market's building up for a crash today. There's no pivots to trade off of down here. What does SPY have nearby? Nothing either. Gap fill, that's over. Buy. Gap fill. Buy. It's 51 today? Yeah, definitely. I can see it. Oh, yeah. They calculated the percentage of trade deficit ratio, U.S. versus X country. No way. What do we got on that? SPY's finding lower lows for the session. Yeah, look at this. There's a red line at 51.73. I didn't think we'd even get close to that today. All Trump did was take a trade deficit and apply a formula to it and said that would be the tariff. The idiotic part is he did it to countries that have a deficit to us. Giving away confluence. Yeah, DD below 0.5 just means that the only 13% of the market cap of the stocks are in a bull zone. So 87% of the market cap of stocks are in a bear zone. That are in either zone. The seesaw is tilted way to the bear side today. My micros trade in and play out. That's okay. Don't trade in cats or active markets can be crazy, but micros, you don't lose anything. So you get all kind of lines up in here. Keep drawing, falling so fast. I'm literally scraping up red lines all day long. So there's that previous red line we tapped on this morning. Now again, there's nothing here. This is yellow line, so we guys know the illiquidity pivot on the yellow line side. This is always usually a very strong pivot. This is holding up a bull run from many months ago. And losing this is bad as well. So again, this 17,900 was one of our stronger pivots we had for a long time. Let me show you what formed it. Let's go here and make it big. 906 goes all the way back to January of 2024. Way back here. That pivot was created there. This is the pivot that was created a year and a half ago. And it's gonna try to hold. And this is usually one of the last resorts here. But the market is just like completely collapsing here. Trying to take it, but this is a very strong rejection pivot from below. Yellow lines are extremely strong. They're hard to break through once you lose them. Wow, just freaking red candles just dropping. Look at this. Huge dumping. Market crashing today. Market crashing every day. I like watching on tick chart how nasty this can get, because I'm looking for all kind of moves here. Like, it's just flip-flopping all over the place. Tick charts are fun to watch when you get to this like nexus point of, are we losing our pivot, or is the market gonna die today? Look how quickly those orders pile in. This is a nexus point for the market today. So this is like, the market is literally trying to crash from here. So don't sleep on this. The giveaway, just be here. We'll do a thing in like 15 minutes. All you gotta do is be here for the giveaway. Rules for Tradeify? Yeah, so the rules for Tradeify for the straight to funded are pretty simple. It depends on which one you're in. Are you in straight to funded, Vanessa? Market crashing, market crashing, market crashing, crashing all day. Straight to funded? Okay. Straight to funded has a profit target of, the one I'm doing is, I'm going to use the one that I know. The one I'm doing is a 150K. $9,000. Time in market, 10 days of trading. 10 days. Consistency, 20%. You have a total loss limit, which is 6,000, I think. And then daily loss limit. of 37.50, I think. I think it's the loss limit there. Breaking this red line, market's gonna crash. Where are you gonna crash? Where are you gonna crash? What do y'all think? This is it. This is the level. Market dying today. What do we think? I guess let me put on a minute chart here. Market gonna crash today? What do y'all think? Wait. Is this it? Is this the end? Let's watch it. Let's watch. I like watching it on a tick chart. I like to see how fast it comes through. Crazy day. Sit back and watch it die. Sit back and watch it die. Bye-bye, market. Okay, anyways. So in the Tradeify world, what you do, you have 9,000 profit target in 10 days to get there. Consistency 20%. And we're talking about our loss limits. So the way that it works is consistency of 20%, which means you have to make it to 9,000 within 10 days. So on average, your minimum side is 900 per day. Okay. We'll get you there. But you can't go too big that you bust consistency. So your 1,800 is your consistency side of things. When you do the math here, if I make 1,800 a day, then I'm good at consistency at 9,000. If you have any days over 1,800, then you're going to have to trade longer than 9,000. So if you're trying to target like a slow and steady move, your profit target is roughly going to be somewhere in here per day. Okay. Total loss limit is just you hit that target, you bust the account, it's dead. Daily loss limit is a hard stop. So basically, if you lose this much in a day, you can't trade that day. You got to come back the next day. It's that simple. Do not long, do not long, do not long. Yeah, crash. Market crashing. Crash, 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 crash. Crash. Crash market. How bad am I doing? Oh, market's crashing. Absolutely. Oh, that's what I think. Gamma's yelling at people, do not long, do not long, do not long. Oh, yeah. We might hit a circuit breaker today. This is great. What do I make less than 100 a day? It's okay to make less. So on this particular example, you have to be there at least for 10 days. If you don't make it in the first round of payouts, you just hit it for the second round of payouts. So as soon as you reach the 9,000, and you've hit all the other things, you've been in the market for at least 10 days. So 10 trading days, which means you can flip the account if you get there faster, just flip the account in and out of a trade. Consistency has been 20%, then you're good. Then you get the payout. They do $3,000 on this one. It's $3,000 per account per every 10 days. So you make 9, you can take out 3. And then the next round, you start all over. It's where the balance is. You have to make 4,500 more. So they have to PT over the same amount of time. So you have to trade smaller and smaller and smaller each time you get bigger. Circuit breaker today, 7% could happen. I mean, it's a while. About another 300 points on NASDAQ. It's not far. You got another 2% on NASDAQ. get to watch a circuit breaker together. It'd be fun. I got a tick chart up because we're getting the excitement of a tick chart today. We're close. Catalyst active. Everybody sits on hands. Market's crashing. What's the next level down? Oh, we shouldn't even care. Well, let's take a look. Bunch of these jokers bought the dip yesterday. Who are these people? Goofballs, I'm telling you. At the end of the day. A lot of these influencers are like, I'm buying the dip and the close. No. 51.72, we just burned right through it. 5% S&P, almost 6% Nasdaq. So Nasdaq's going to trip first if we get there. We're getting close. Close-ish. 2% on the S&P is another 100 points, so we still got a little bit to go. About 400 points on Nasdaq, actually. Let's get in there. Tough day. Tough day. Nasty. $51.72. That's one impact red line we have today. Yeah, no, honestly, like it's just, you know, what you want to do is just wait. Just wait. Just wait. The only time to long this is if we achieve this level right here with velocity. So a lot of times people will see this green and be like, oh, time to get in, right? Nasdaq just went 100, almost 200 points. 650, almost 850 in 3 minutes. This is like where you know, like you kind of want to stay away from the market. So you mean don't buy the dip before Monday at market close? I mean, the tariff thing will exhaust at some point, right? It's just because new things keep coming out, the market's freaking out to it. Options margin calls are insane today. Oh, absolutely. All right. You guys ready to do a giveaway? ETF today. Where is my... Oh, here it is. ETF, type it in. Start the raffle fast. For Neil Sidman. Give away 3 ETF accounts today. I got your codes ready to go. 3 today. 50K, end of the day. End of the day evals. My favorite type. End of the day. Love it. 3. I'm giving away 3 today. We do giveaways every day on the stream, guys. Don't miss out. So just as an icebreaker, kind of like while we're waiting for this, we just got approved to give away. We have a special thank you from ETF for giving us 12 accounts to give away every month. 12 accounts. It's amazing from ETF. I wouldn't lie and say that the other prop firms out there have taken notice and have also offered us a similar amount because, again, we use all of them here, right? So just so you guys know, every month we give away 12 ETF accounts. Every month we give away 13 take profit accounts. And now with a graceful contribution from the folks over at Tradeify, every month at Tradeify we give out 12 accounts. So Tradeify just offered us 12 accounts to give away now. I made that announcement yesterday. Elite Trader Funding. Today. Every day we get to 500 viewers on the stream, I'm going to give away a Tradeify straight to funded account. That's the rule. We get 500, I'll give away a funded account. Funded account. Nobody on social media gives out funded accounts. We do. I buy them and give them out. If we get 500 views, I will buy it with my own money. Hundreds of dollars, and I'll give it to you guys. Just for funsies. Give back to the community because y'all give so much to us. Hit that ETF. Type in that ETF. Type it in. Type it in. Look at this V-shaped pivot here. Pretty nice. Market collapsing and then recovering. Little sweep out there. That's nice to see. $650 to $880. Wow. 230 points in NASDAQ in 8 minutes. Wow. Powell speaking today? Yeah, probably. Powell could come out and say, "Don't worry, guys, I got you. I'm gonna save us." He'll probably say something like, we've contemplated, maybe possibly a period of quantitative easing just to help the market, get through some of these tragedies with the tariffs. Watch Daddy Powell come through with the love. Let's see. 905 coming. There it is. One more time. Don't be trying to guess this, man. This is not worth guessing or doing anything right now. There's that yellow line tap again, second time. Crazy to see 776 to 906, 140 points in 3 minutes. Crazy. Anything can happen when the cat is active, so this market's been a little nutso. We've got no pivots to trade off of either. All right, ready? You guys ready to spin the wheel? Y'all ready to spin the wheel?
The hedge pressure resilience. Support in the bullseye. Rocket scooter, all you need and all you own. Rocket scooter, rocket scooter's the best. Rocket scooter, rocket scooter's the best. Rocket scooter, best system in the world. Rocket scooter, rocket scooter, rocket scooter. Rocket scooter, best system in the world. Rocket scooter, rocket scooter.
Andrew. We have like a million Andrews. Which Andrew is this? Andrew, say hi. Andrew. Andrew, gotta say hi. Andrew, 30 seconds. 32. 31. Not you, Andrew. Wrong Andrew. Somebody else named Andrew. Your name is Andrew. 20 seconds. All you gotta do is say hi. Not that Andrew, just Andrew plain. Andrew, hello. Andrew that says hello. I think that's you. Hold on. That's you. Andrew that said hello. That's you. You, that's right. Good job. Andrew. Okay. Dude, the market's moving quick. Good job, Andrew. Okay, you guys have 24 hours to claim your code. I'm gonna tell you what to do. You go to the Discord. Link is in the description below. Send me a message or post and ask for help. That you won today's ETF giveaway. Shane Ness. Good job, Shane. Good job, Shane. Dude, wait, we're back at the MHP. Hold on. We gotta be ready for this. What the hell is going on with this? Randy Toulos. Good job. What on earth? And QQQ. Holy QQQ. Wow. Good job. What's going on with this market? Awesome job, man. Holy QQQ. Let's watch it. Okay. What on earth is going on here today? Al talking, somebody talking, my little original micros trade. Can we get back in on this? We are like right on the edge. Let's get right up close on a tick chart here. What is going on? For funsies, let's just do it. Let's throw micros on MHP break. Holy shit, we're going. Okay. I tell you guys, like, you want to wait and then wait for the recovery. Why the hell? Why the fuck not? I mean, shit. Let's make that money back. What's going on here? Now we back to the bull side here. This market ain't crashing anymore. Lovely. Put some micros at it. Take the bounce on MHP. Gotta have faith. Let's get fine-tuned on this. Let's make sure 18030. Let's watch it. like, what the hell's going on here? Don't my micros edit again. Remember, it's dirty at the edge here. It's always dirty. Always dirty. I had to take every MHP break attempt just in case. Just in case. Just in case. The original setup. If I get chopped the second time, then I'm not gonna try it again. What is going on here? Profit taken from London close. Yeah, that also, but I mean, that's also not a really a bad, like, setup here, you know? Like, There's anything I want to do right here. Just micros chop me out one more time. Always got to be ready just to get ready in case there is a break on that. But again, small stabs the day I get it right, it's a fortune. So if that's the wrong setup, that's the wrong setup. I just do micros at it. Market back to selling again. Boo. That's okay. There's that yellow line support. It would be kind of nice to get that. Back to MHP. Some violent movement today. Let me take a chart off to the side so I can watch this. All right, guys that won the contest, go here. Go here really quick. Go to the Discord, send me a message, or post and ask for help. One of the two. I'll get you your code by the end of the day today. Dude, this volatility is just nuts. I'm watching on a tick chart off to the side. Bouncing up and down like 40 points every couple ticks. It's like some crazy, crazy movement. It's been a while since we've seen the market this crazy. This has that COVID feel to it. It's not as bad as COVID. It's definitely, but it has that feel to it, like it's getting there. There she goes. Rejecting that level here. I mean, this is what I wanted to be in, just in case we have MHP break. It can be gross. Now this, again, this is the crash rejection. If there is ever one, that's the spot. So again, we are still on the side of the fence of crash versus rally. This is the fence. MHP is it. Funsies, let's go. Nice. Look like we're in a break and rally. Okay. All right. Go micros, go. Go micros, go. Go micros, go. Rally crash, back to rally. Woo. Go micros, go. Go micros, go. Rally here to there. Go micros, go. Go, 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 go. Micros, go. Go micros, go. Woo. Go micros, go. Ha. Give me thousands of dollars. Show me. Survey says bull market. Back on the flip. Survey says, show me bull market. That's why you wait. You wait, and you attack. First you wait, then you attack. Oh, again, it's going to bounce off of HP again. It could be wrong. Let's just wait. Show me bull market. Show me bull flip-flop. Come on. That's why micros are fun. You're up and down thousands of bucks and the market's being crazy. All right. Let it attempt one more time down here in the bounce. It's volatile. It's going to bounce. Show me bull market. Survey says. Watch you make like 5,000 bucks with these 5 micros. Give me that green candle. Back up to open. That's it. I'm trading right back up to open here. Res is still negative, so we'll take that open and close out and put the profit in our pocket. I wish I was doing this with some more contracts, though. Not really, though. We're still in a catalyst, so just be careful. Quickie. MHP squeeze to the upside. That's pretty good. I don't ever like try to guess. I always just react, right? Plant something there just in case of the break. If I lose $1,000 being wrong, I'll lose $1,000 being wrong. But that's the thing, right? Just in time for J-Powell. What's J-Powell going to be saying? When's he talking today? In 10 minutes. That's right, 10 minutes. Save us, Daddy-O. Save us, Papa. We need Papa Bear to save us, don't we? Whatever the case may be, I got to take the MHP break to rally, right? MHP, we had the class yesterday. I'm always poised and ready to re-attack on that break. Look at this. My micros are up $1,000 now. And right on the edge is probably going to close this out at the open price. Just in a second here. Or should I just hold it for the end of the day? Should I just hold it for the end of the day? Like, why the hell not, right? Maybe I can just use this as like my gamble today. The catalyst is active though. That's why I only have micros on. Should I just let it go? Like, why the hell not, right? It's only $1,000. Open target here. It's trying to pick up some steam. What do you guys think today? All right, don't forget. So we've been approved. Let me tell you, here's the total. We are now been approved from all of our prop firm partners out there. I'm working with all of them and trying to get more accounts. So far, we give out 40, let me repeat, 40 prop firm accounts every month for free. They give them to us. And on top of that, every time we get 500 viewers, you guys just join the stream, leave the stream open. Every time we're at 500 viewers, I will give away a Tradeify straight to funded account every time. Every time. I will go buy it for you with my own money. So the commissions I make with Tradeify, I just buy accounts for you guys with them. That's why you guys want to come here every day and hang out. Pal's going to say overreaction. The market's going to overreact. I can see it. I can see it. I can see it. Pal's going to whiff at the idea that they're probably going to cut rates faster or not so, or maybe like, you know, the balance sheet roll off is slowing down, and therefore, you know, we're exiting a period of strong quantitative tightening. And watch this market fucking fly to the roof on Pal's exit QT hint sniff whiff comments. Trump. This would be a perfect time for Powell to cut interest rates. Yeah, like, honestly, that's exactly what... Well, Trump played the same card last time. You guys remember? Back in the 2016 era of Trump, he used to bully Powell all the time. And Powell was always like, you know what, I'm not going to let the president bully me. That was all his stance. China played it wrong. They panicked. And the one thing they can't afford to do, from Truth Social, this would be a perfect time for Powell to cut interest rates. Remember, Trump bullied Powell the same way. Last year. And Powell was like, I don't care what the president says. Remember? I remember. Powell's traditional stance was to tell the president to politely fuck off. That's really what his stance was. He's a rock. He was a rock for it. He didn't say it directly, but his language was like, people are like, so the president urging you to cut interest rates, and Powell was kind of like, we're going to do our jobs. And that's exactly what he's saying. He's telling the president, with all due respect, fuck off. And that's basically how Powell's stance is. He doesn't going to let the president bully him into changing policy because of what the president's doing. The Fed doesn't have to take the risk if they don't want to. So Powell did not let Trump bully him too much. He was very much so a rock. A rock when it comes to his policy and the goal with the Fed. Dude, these candles. 0.43. This is like 60, 80 points in a single minute or two. Good lordy. Good lordy. Gotta love those MHP trades, dude. You can scalp them 40 points all day long. Isn't that crazy? You can do this all day long. 40 points, 40 points, 40 points, 40 points. Especially in volatility. I mean, it's pretty simple to like just grab that. Powell's an absolute rock, trust me. He's going to say what he needs to say, but I think this time around, Powell might soften his stance a little bit because he does see the dire straits on the short-term effect of the market. That inflation is going to go through the roof, and that the labor market is still kind of stable enough, right, that we can afford to pay these tariffs on these, prices and the tariffs and stuff. But when you really think about it, you have to kind of understand that the goal of the Fed is just to get interest rates correct, not to prop the market. The only time they'll ever prop the market is if it's going to save the labor market. And right now, unemployment situation is a rock as well. There is no hint that layoffs are coming or people getting laid off. Because if you start doing layoffs with high inflation, you get a phenomenon known as stagflation. Stagflation is something that's very incurable by any action of the Fed. As a matter of fact, stagflation creates depressions. Stagflation is the worst thing to get. High employment and high inflation. Okay. High unemployment, people don't have jobs to buy anything, and everything costs twice as much at the same time. The market dies and the economy dies and your livelihood dies. Stagflation's pretty bad. So sometimes the Fed will cut rates in high inflationary environments to save the labor market, to prevent companies from having to lay everybody off. And it raises inflation just a little bit because you overstimulate the economy, right? But at least you save people. And that move isn't really done at the peak of the market, even when you're correcting 10% low. They typically will do that when the market is crashing, like I'm talking months of crashing, and there's inflation at the same time, to slow down a bank run, if you may, to keep the market afloat so that people don't get laid off. If you've ever been laid off, or you ever remember what 2008 looked like, I remember because I got laid off in 2010, right? The market crashed like this, and then that's 2009, and then 2010 was like this. I got laid off right here in 2010 after the market was done crashing. A year later, the effects of the companies finally not able to support you are many quarters after the market is done crashing. Trust me. Stock prices are already low and they're hanging in as long as you can. Remember, if you have a business, your first bad month doesn't shut the doors. It's repeated bad months. You've exhausted your loans. You've exhausted your friends helping. You've exhausted every handout you can get. And then things are bad, and then things are starting to get better, but you can't recover fast enough. Then you shut the doors. That's how it kind of works. So you're going to have to see the market get really bad first. The economy is going to lag behind that. The Fed is known to step in and act when the market's recovering to stop any potential waves of layoffs in a high inflationary environment. Right now, the Fed is likely not to be talking about cutting rates, but there may be a hint, I think, today, as we talked about the balance sheet before. The balance sheet roll-off was slowing down, which means the rate of QT was slowing down, which basically means they have fewer things coming off the books than on the books, but there's still things coming off the books faster. Things coming off the books rather than entering the books, but the rate at which there's more coming off than going on is shifting. So it's like, if this is zero, this much is going on, this much is going off, less things are going off. So the net balance is shifted to a slowing of QT, but that in any way indicates QE at all. Ladies and gentlemen, we call this the RB sandwich pattern. Rally, crash. Rally, crash, rally, crash, rally, crash. So what's going on here? Big Daddy Papa me talking in a second here. My 5 micros now losing $200. Why? Single 1 minute market candle. Hundreds of points in a hot minute. It's my only risk on the table, you guys. Rally. Crash. Good lord, this market. Should I do it one more time? Did we get MHP a second time? Should I? Should I try it in a second account? That's my next question. Dude, this, I'm watching my tick chart off to the side. This volatility is nutso. I'm talking like absolute nutso. Those candles are cray-cray. What is Powell going to say today? Looks like that's not going to happen. Boo. That was short-lived. So get your financial juice ready so you can get the transcript of what Powell's going to be saying when he's talking. We can listen to it while we're here. Market dumping pre-Powell. It's kind of what we're doing, just resetting a little bit of this. This is just retracing to that middle area. We'll see a second retest of MHP in just a second. Retest. Probably there, I'll probably just liquidate my position. We didn't get the nice little pre-Powell run-up rally that I was looking for, but that's okay. Dude, the Nasdaq just going up and down hundreds of points every 5 or 10 seconds. This is funny. The tick chart is making me dizzy.
Growth outlook. At the same time, surveys of households and businesses report
Save us, Daddy!
Expectations and higher uncertainty about the outlook. Survey respondents point to the effects of the new federal policies, especially related to trade. We are closely watching this tension between the hard and the soft data. As the new policies and their likely economic effects become clearer, we will have a better sense of their implications for the economy and for monetary policy. Looking across many indicators, the labor market appears to be broadly in balance and not a significant source of inflationary pressure. This morning's jobs report showed the unemployment rate at 4.2% in March, still in the low range where it has held since early last year. Over the first quarter, payrolls grew by an average of 150,000 jobs per month. The combination of low layoffs, moderating job growth, and slowing labor force growth
Go to financialjuice.com.
Broadly stable.
They will.
Turning to the other leg of our dual mandate, inflation
will drop the
declined
algo text
sharply
there.
from its pandemic highs of mid-2022. It has
Save
done
us, Daddy.
so without the kind of painful
Daddy Powell,
rise
save
in
us.
unemployment that has often accompanied periods of tight monetary policy
All right.
that are needed to reduce inflation.
Let's play the monkey paw song.
More recently, progress toward our 2% inflation objective has slowed.
Why not?
Total PCE prices rose 2.5% over the 12 months ending in February. Core PCE prices, which exclude the volatile food and energy categories, rose 2.8%. Looking ahead, higher tariffs
Nah,
will be
save it.
working their
Okay,
way
today's
through
not the
our
day to save
economy
it.
and are likely to raise inflation.
Today's not the
in
day to
coming
use the
quarters.
monkey paw. All right.
Reflecting this, both survey and market-based measures of near-term inflation expectations have moved up. By most measures, longer-term inflation expectations, those beyond just the next few years, remain well anchored and consistent with our 2% inflation goal. We remain committed to returning inflation sustainably to our 2% objective. Turning to monetary policy, we face a highly uncertain outlook with elevated risks of both higher unemployment and higher inflation. The new administration is in the process of implementing substantial policy changes in 4 distinct areas: trade, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulation. Our monetary policy stance is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties we face as we gain a better understanding of the policy changes and their likely effects on the economy. It is not our role to comment on those policies. Rather, we make an assessment of their likely effects, observe the behavior of the economy, and set monetary policy in a way that best achieves our dual mandate goals. We have stressed that it will be very difficult to assess the likely economic effects of higher tariffs until there is greater certainty about the details, such as what will be tariffed, at what level, and for what duration, and the extent of any retaliation from our trade
Gain a better
partners.
understanding, yeah.
While uncertainty remains elevated,
Very
it
hands-off.
is now becoming clear that tariff increases will be significantly larger than expected. And the same is likely to be true of the economic effects, which will include higher inflation and slower growth. The size and duration of these effects remains uncertain. While tariffs are highly likely to generate at least a temporary rise in inflation, it's
Traders
also
boost bets the
possible
Fed will wait until June
the
to start
effects could
rate
be
cuts
more
as Powell
persistent.
delivers remarks. So
Avoiding that
it's pushing
outcome
out from
will
May to
depend on
June.
keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored, on the size of the effects, and on how long it takes for them to pass through fully to prices. Our obligation is to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored, and to make certain that a one-time increase in the price level does not become an ongoing inflation problem. We'll continue to carefully monitor the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We're well positioned to wait for greater clarity before considering any adjustments to our policy stance. It is too soon to say what will be the appropriate path for monetary policy. We understand the benefits of a solid economy where workers can find jobs and inflation is low and predictable. We also understand that elevated levels of unemployment or inflation can be damaging and painful for communities, families, and businesses. That is why we at the Fed will continue to do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals.
There we go.
Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Pal's loving these. I'll help you guys. Don't worry, guys. We'll help you out. Make sure that you're stable. Come on, Daddy. Save us. Save us, Daddy. Daddy Pal.
This feels like quite a moment to be speaking with you, and I want to thank you for your time. He's got it. I want to thank you for being here, and thank you for taking the time to speak with this group of business journalists. Also like to give a special thanks to Heather Long with the Washington Post, who helped make this event possible.
I'm just imagining like a 300-point candle just come out of nowhere and just drop this market to the bottom.
Just fine, thank you.
Care to elaborate?
So far, so good.
Chair Powell, yes, thank you so much for being here and taking our questions. You were talking about the economy as being a very strong economy. You characterized inflation as coming down, employment as being very strong still. However, President Trump earlier this week, when asked about the market volatility we've been seeing, said the volatility was, quote, to be expected. This is a patient that was very sick. We inherited a terrible economy. A lot of voters did and do agree with that assessment, or at least in part. I'm wondering how you would respond to that assessment and the disconnect between the story of the data and the way a lot of people are feeling about the economy.
Sure. So let me just be clear at the start. I make it a practice not to respond to any elected officials' comments, so I don't want to be seen to be doing that. It's just not appropriate for me. But The situation, I think, is this, and people, when they're surveyed, they are unhappy about the economy. That seems to largely reflect the increase in the price level that happened when inflation was high, 2021, 22, and 23, largely. Inflation is now back down to much more normal levels. Unemployment is low, the economy has been growing, but people are still experiencing that high price level. In other words, prices don't go down. They know they're paying much more for the basic necessities of life, and they're right that they are, and they're not happy about it, and they're right not to be happy about it. So I think that accounts for the negative sentiment. We, of course, we're looking at inflation, which is the change in prices, and we're seeing that has come down quite a bit, and that, unemployment is actually low. It's sort of very close to measures of maximum employment, and the economy's growing. So all those statistics are good.
I don't think he's going to say anything to rally the market.
Price increases of the past few years are
It's looking a
weighing
little
on
top
people's
heavy
budgets.
today.
So I'm from Milwaukee, and I've been talking to business leaders, executives, and consumers in our community, our region, for the last few weeks, mostly before this week's news. Chairman, they're troubled and they're nervous. One business owner told me, if there's a hint of a recession, we're cooked. And he asked me to share that with you. What's your response?
So I guess I would say, let's start with the fact that the incoming data right through this morning's employment report, which admittedly is from roughly a month ago, the week of March 12th, they took the data, and it still shows us a solid economy. Unemployment's still low. I understand the uncertainty that's weighing on people. You ask about a recession. We don't make a probability forecast of how likely it is for there to be a recession, but many outside forecasters do, and many of them have raised the likelihood, albeit from very low levels. It's not something that anybody now is forecasting, or some people are starting to. And so there's not much more I can say about that. I realize that the uncertainty is high, and what we've learned is that the tariffs are higher than anticipated, higher than almost all forecasters predicted. We still don't know where that comes to rest, though, and we're just going to have to see that through.
At a congressional hearing last year, one of the U.S. representatives said that you were pretty boring, and you thanked him and said that you considered that a very high compliment. And in fact, I feel like it's one of the roles of the Federal Reserve, especially since the housing crisis, to be kind of a ballast, especially in the face of the volatility of the markets and the dramatics that we can experience with the economy. Very steady, no surprises, very reliable. In a moment like this, which also has a lot of drama and unpredictability, but it is not necessarily from an economic crisis, it's by design, it's political. How do you see your role in this moment?
So I think all of the values that you touched on are, in fact, the values that we try to live by. We're driven by, analysis and careful thought and discussion and debate and the merits of things. We try to stay as far as we can from the political process. We don't look at political cycles or things like that. So, and I think people expect that from us. They expect us to tell the truth, and that's what we're going to do. But at the same time, we don't want to be part of the broader political discussion about the wisdom of policies that are not assigned to us. We're not responsible for trade policy, immigration policy, fiscal policy. So we don't comment on those. Decisions are made by others, and what we do is we use our tools to try to achieve the goals that Congress assigned us, which is maximum employment and price stability. So I like to think that over time we're a source of calm, rational analysis and also of stability. That's really what the business that we're in is, providing financial and macroeconomic stability to the public. That's really our purpose.
So how can businesses and individuals and the Fed make plans for the future when so much is being dictated by the actions of a single person? And do you see yourself as the consoler-in-chief on economic matters?
No, I think, take a step back. What's happening is, as I mentioned, the new administration is making significant policy changes in trade, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulation. And we're still just a couple of months into the administration, and that process will take place, and at a certain point, the new policies will be on the table. They will be having the effects they're going to have on the economy, and uncertainty will decline. Right now, there's a lot of uncertainty about where all that's going to sort out, the forms it will take, and what the economic effects will be. If you fast forward a year from now, the uncertainty should be much lower. The actual effects of the policies should then be pretty manifest and clear. So I think I understand why it just is highly uncertain, both what the policies will turn out to be, exactly what they'll turn out to be, and also what their effects will be in the near term. We just have to go through that process, and it is just kind of a manifestation of our election cycle and a new administration coming in with new policies.
I mean, given all of the change happening and the fact that we are in a period where things have not settled in yet, and that the Federal Reserve and you as chair are very projection, data-driven, policy-driven.
I guess he's not saving the market today. We hope he does, but
like now, I mean, can you tweak your plans and projections? Do you just do you have to reset them?
So what we've had since in the last few months is
Save us,
from the
Daddy.
staff has been a placeholder. Rather, they wouldn't call it a forecast because it's so uncertain. They call it a
Powell.
placeholder. And
Save
that's kind of
this
how we've been
market.
thinking about it. So it's a good time to take a step back and let things clarify. That's why it's just too soon to say what the appropriate monetary policy response will be to these new policies. It is just too soon to say. We can't say with any confidence today. So that's what we're doing. We've taken a step back, and we're watching to see what the policies turn out to be and the ways in which they will affect the economy, and then we'll be able to act. Fortunately, our policy stance is in a good place for us to do that. We're probably moderately restrictive, let's say. So it's not really tight policy, but which is appropriate since inflation is a bit above target. So we think we're well positioned to address whatever may come. And in the meantime, I'd say we're waiting for greater clarity before we consider adjustments.
Business owners in Wisconsin have told me that they can't make their plans. They want to expand. They want to build a new facility. They want to hire or do whatever the future calls for. They say, we're trying to look around the corner. We're not even sure where the corner is, and we're not even sure what's around the corner. Sounds like they're in the same position as you are a little bit.
No, we hear the same thing. Of course, we have an incredible network of contacts with businesses and also universities, nonprofits, all different sectors, through the reserve banks and also through the Board of Governors. And that's what we hear. But again, it's a process. We're going through it, and I think we will know when we know what the policies are exactly and what their implications will be for the economy. That will all become clear, and I think that'll be a time when people can make decisions. In the meantime, though, I get it. We're hearing that a lot from people, and we are kind of in the same place, which is waiting for clarity about what our policy path should be. We'll have to see.
And 906 level is holding pretty good today.
As you're talking about placeholders right now and having something in the place when there's so much that we don't know.
Nice job,
does it
Gamma.
worry you
Nice,
that
nice,
This
nice.
is not the first economic shock that you have steered the markets and the economy through. Obviously, there was COVID almost exactly 5 years ago. It seems similar in certain ways with
Oh, Ronnie,
you know,
nice.
a lot of
Nice. Thanks for
uncertainty,
sharing.
a lot of
with your friend.
shock, also potential disruptions to prices and to supply, which is very much in the Federal Reserve's wheelhouse. I mean, from where you sit, can Liberation Day be compared to kind of the economic effects of COVID? Are they totally different? Somewhat
Liberation
related?
Day or Liquidation Day?
I think
What
each
should we call this?
situation is different. There was COVID. There was also then, in the response to COVID, then there was
Is it
high
Liquidation
inflation,
Day, guys, or
and then
Liberation
there
Day?
was soft landing, and then and now we have new administration and changes in policies, and every situation, it kind of rhymes, but it's not exactly the same thing. And so in this situation, what we face is what I mentioned in my remarks is you actually have risks for higher unemployment and higher inflation, and that's difficult for a central bank because our tools, which consist of interest rates, either slow down or speed up the economy over time, and higher unemployment would call for speeding up the economy, and higher inflation would call for slowing it down. So you could be in a situation, if we find ourselves in that situation.
See, that's what I told you guys. They're going to preserve the labor market, or they have to make a choice. They're kind of on two ends of a spectrum here.
And we weigh those things and make a decision about what to do. But there's no question that's a different situation, very difficult situation. When we faced high inflation, it was painful for the country.
Where'd the feed go?
Clear the direction that we needed to take with force, and we did.
It's almost a situation potentially where the dual mandate is at odds with itself.
The two goals are, as we say, in tension, or they may be. I'd say.
Yeah, you
that's
can't
not
raise
what we're
rates
seeing
too
right
much,
now,
or
but it's
markets crash and people lose their jobs. Can't cut rates too much, or inflation gets worse. So they got to choose which way they want to. Which way they want to fight this, you know.
But that's a marginal effect. I would say that's not. You're not.
Get the MHB test in a second. I think from here we do a little bit of a rally from here to here.
The two goals were really both.
At least the MHP. Let's test if the market's crashing or not.
That's where, it's just very hard for a central bank to be the answer to a situation like that. That's not the situation we're really in today.
One of the questions from the audience that we had is, if unemployment takes off and inflation takes off, which lever do you go for?
See?
Which lever do you?
That's what I've been talking about all morning.
So we actually have we have a document called our consensus statement, or the longer version is Statement on Longer Run Goals and Monetary Policy Strategy. And the 6th paragraph of that actually contemplates when the two goals are in tension. And what it says is, think about how far each variable is from its goal, and think about how long it would take for each to get back. So in
We're
a way,
closer
it's
to high
equation.
inflation than we are from high
Comparing two
unemployment. So
quantities
they're
which
not going to
use
rescue
two
the market.
variables.
This is what he's saying.
And then you say, you look at that and you think, what do we need to do? And typically this doesn't happen very often, but if one of them is further away, then you would focus on that one. In the case of high inflation, they actually both pointed in the same direction. The labor market was overheated and inflation was very high. So both of those called for
Shitteration day. Oh, that's so
tight
funny.
monetary policy. This could be different, but again, we're not actually facing that today.
I feel like there's another tension
Shitteration,
inherent
right?
in your job, which is that you're
Y'all are
looking
so funny.
at the macro economy, at the global economy really, and the U.S. places in it, but also the data you're looking at is very profoundly human,
You guys crack
as
me up.
Jim has been
Y'all
pointing
fucking
out.
hilarious.
Jobs, I think, and prices are probably the two most human pieces of data, and certainly in our day-to-day experience, probably the things that loom the largest. How do you reconcile those two things when you're looking at the data?
You guys
like
crack me
both
up.
the global markets and knowing that the data represents a lot of lives and jobs and egg prices and things like that?
So I think at the Fed, we always keep a focus on the people that we serve, and we know and are very conscious daily that the things that we do have a real effect on people's lives. We know that, and it really does focus the mind.
Shitteration day, liquidation
I think when
day.
you talk to people at the Fed, there's a very strong commitment to serving the public as well as we possibly can. Economic events are just very, very unpredictable at times, and there are shocks that you can't see coming. But nonetheless, our job is to, whatever happens, use our tools to bring the economy back to stability, back to price stability, back to maximum employment. And that's what we do. But you're right. We try to keep everybody in the room with us when we're thinking about what to do.
So in response to the last round of tariffs, Harley-Davidson, which is based in Milwaukee, moved some production to Thailand. Now the company might be whipsawed again by the new tariffs. It could be really devastating for sales, for employment, for the future of that company. But a lot of companies are in that same position. And what do you say to companies like Harley-Davidson and their workers?
So it just isn't, I really want to stick to our knitting. I mean, we have this great thing called our independence of monetary policy, and that's critical for us to be able to do our job. But for us to keep that independence, we need to not succumb to the temptation to want to be a player on issues that are not
So which
assigned
one's
to us.
farther out? I mean,
And trade policy
the
is
inflation
one of those. There are
goal,
many, many issues that
unemployment's
people love
not
to try to pull us
not
on,
in the
almost
purview
every
right now
issue,
of what's
really.
going on.
And we just need to stick to our
Right.
knitting, not get pulled into those things. And so
So
trade
basically
policy
when they
is
say
a
they have two
classic
handles,
one. Energy
unemployment is
policy
bad,
another. Climate
they can
change,
cut rates to boost.
Many immigration is not.
Inflation is
Although all
high,
those
they
things
can
have
raise
economic
rates to bring it
implications,
down. Which
and
handle,
it gets
right?
argued that way. But if if we treated
We need a
those
decade
as
hedge
our
pressure pivot. Yeah,
job,
that'd be great, right?
the case for our independence would disappear. So I really can't comment on, I mean, we hear the same stories like
By the
that,
way,
and honestly,
who here?
You know, the policymakers.
Who
are
here is your
charged
first day
with
on the
that.
stream?
They're probably hearing the same
Like
stories
today's
too.
your very
They're
first day on the
judgment
stream.
about what's in the best interest of the country in the long run. That's what they are doing, I guess, and that's, you know, so it's not for us to comment on that.
What happens inside the Fed?
Tell
at a
me-
moment like
tell
right
me it's your
now,
first day
where
on the
there's so
stream.
much
It's your first day on the stream.
And quite a bit of uncertainty.
No. I'm
When
seriously.
you're
Don't be.
watching things unfold.
All right, first day. Okay.
What does that look like?
Anybody
practically
else?
Speaking? What are
Okay.
people doing inside the
The
building?
first 10 people
So
who
I'm
said
very
me,
proud to work
you get a
with
free month
people
of
I
our
work with
service at boot
to tell
camp
you
because
that
you
in
just spoke
times
up.
like this, or
Subscribe to the
times
channel
like
right now, all
that,
10 of
where
you.
the,
The
you know,
first
global
10.
Financial markets were shutting down. The global
giving away
economy
10
was
boot
shutting
camp
down.
seats
People step
tonight.
forward and they say, we've got this. These are career people who were here for
Too
the
late,
global
too late.
financial
No, too late.
crisis.
Just the
They've
first
got
10. Just the first 10.
25 years, 35 years of experience
Congrats.
with crises.
Yeah.
And they step forward and it's
Thank
just
you for
incredible
tuning in at this
what they can
time.
do and how good they are. It's a
Go
great
here.
honor to work with them. So right now isn't that situation. You know, we
You know if it's you?
We have, so, you know, our trade people and our inflation people and our macroeconomists are all working hard to.
All right. Congratulations. You guys won a
digest
contest. I just
the
threw one
news
out there
of-
for
of
you.
This week. And
I'm in a
try
good
to-
mood today.
Try to filter that into.
Go here.
Forecast that they'll make.
Send me a
And
message.
Policymakers are doing very much the same thing, and we're reading everything we can about what's happening and lots of outside analysis too. We don't
I
have
actually
an
sent
FOMC
Slacks a
meeting
message.
until May 6th.
I'm going to send this to him real quick.
So
First 10 names.
That's really a
That's it.
process that lasts several.
I'm giving you guys $200 just for fun. For fun. You do giveaways every single day, all the time. 20 days boot camp. It's educational.
And working through all of that. I will say though, you know, it feels like we don't need to be in a hurry. It feels like we have.
Hey,
time
iDoc,
to-
did you see
yes,
Slacks'
yes,
pizza
it
that he
feels like we
made?
don't.
I told him to message you. He's
No,
making
I mean,
dough from
it's-
scratch. You guys
like
can
I
make
said,
like.
You have inflation's going to be moving up and growth is going to be slowing, but it isn't really. To me, it's not clear at this time.
We didn't have
what the
500. We'll do it
appropriate
next time we hit
path
500 though.
policy will be, and we're going to need to wait and see how this plays out before we can start to make those adjustments.
Question from the audience. One of our Cebu members is, are you in contact with other central bankers?
Slacks, send her a pic. Ask him in Discord.
Yes, pretty
Okay,
frequently.
so boot camp. This is what our boot camp is about. And again,
Absolutely.
like I said, just
And-
getting you
and the
guys
same
wrapped
was
up in
true, during
into the stream
other
here.
crises I've been through.
Let me show you what our boot
Not
camp
only
is
that,
like.
though,
And
we
if you
do
guys haven't
meet
done it, it's
very
20 days for $20.
You know, the
It's
IMF
$1 a
World
class.
Bank meets here
A lot of people here. And
Washington
sub to the
twice a year.
channel. So sub to the YouTube channel. That's how you're gonna.
Times a year to meet. That's all central.
We're here every day at 8:30 in the morning Eastern to stream.
And they're also
Boot camp
G20
is going to go
G7
through
meetings
a
where
ton of
we're
stuff. I'll just show you the
central
reviews
bankers.
really
So
quick.
We're kind of regularly meeting and talking. And when we're not
We
doing
teach
that,
every
we're
class is
also texting
$1.
each
So if you
other.
didn't win, you can always join. Every class is $1. It's an intense program that goes over so many different things.
I'm not unlimited.
We go through a journey. We teach you trend identification, market avoidance strategies like today, and position and risk management. It's a class on betting. So if you can see, we've done this since August, and it's like 5-star reviews all the way down. People call it like love trading more than ever. Content is mind-blowing. Most comprehensive education out there. It's $1. We don't want to charge for trading classes here. We make it $1. We pay somebody to make the videos and the handouts and stuff, and this just covers their salary. $1 a class. You come for 20 classes. It's for 20 days. And I'll show you guys the content we're going to learn. I'll show you what we're learning today. Today's entire class was on MHP, monthly hedge pressure. This orange line you see on my screen, this is it. Okay, right out the door, I shorted off of there and it made the money that I made. And then, of course, today we were trading off of the equities hedge pressure. As you see, this is that crash break point, make or break. So below MHP is bad. If we reclaim this with some velocity, I'll get back in on a long. But other than that, I'm sitting out and avoiding the market here. What our techniques do is a 20-day boot camp, and we give you, there's a video and a handout, and it's live, and you sit with me, and we watch the video together, and I answer questions, and we come through. The first thing I teach you on the very first day is an unbeatable trading strategy, where randomly longing the market actually wins money over time. It's a case study in risk management and position management that shows you don't even need a trading strategy to make money. You just need to bet correctly and cut your losses correctly. Randomly, the market goes up 70% of months over the last 10 years. And under ideal conditions, the market goes up between about 70% of days. Normal conditions, 50% of days are green. So longing is statistically favorable. As long as you survive a random long strategy does win. I wrote a program that proved this and even survived the market crash of '08. Okay, anyways, we teach you liquidity maps, trend identification. This is order flow. We do a gamma exposure strategy, and ours is slightly different, and it shows you in a more palatable way how this works. Instead of just giving you a bunch of numbers you have to study, we draw arrows and show you the actionable pivots. And these are small, medium, normal, sit-out position sizes. These are position sizing instructions at the top on the confidence of the trade. We teach you arbitrage indicators. This is a gap fill prediction tool for S&P and NASDAQ futures. This is a 3-month forecasting tool to guess the polarity of the market. Are we bullish or bearish? We give you a list of strong bull and bear setups. This MHP is the class we did yesterday. Today is the day to jump in on the classes because we're going to cover our most important bull bear bias. This is the most important of all of our tools. DD ratio, DD bands. This is by far the tool that ties futures and equities together. This is what we call the bridge. This is such a powerful, powerful, powerful indicator, and one of the 3 greater market indicators that we have. So we teach you, we give you these things, we give you these irrational roles, which is today, catalyst, active, sit out. We're sitting out today, right? And this is the entire boot camp. It's a 20-day process for a whole month. Change your trading style if you'd like or learn something brand new. And those of you that were the top 10 that wrote when I said right, you get the whole thing for free, and that's it. We teach you everything. There's no like second teaser course, and then you want the real course, pay $1,000. That's it, $20, and we teach you everything. And it goes to good use. I'm the CEO of the company that built this trading platform that you see on the screen. By the way, I'm not just a trader using it. I run the company that built it. So we have a team of 20 employees that are continuing to build this trading platform called Rocket Scooter, which is a gamma exposure monitoring tool that creates actionable pivots and finds volume pivots based on gamma exposure. How do my volume has disappeared from here? This guy be gone. And now you guys get to check it out for free. They're live only, PM, but they are recorded, so you can watch the videos that were recorded. Can't send a message in Discord. Message the Ask for Help channel. That's it. Just go to Ask for Help. Let me write it again. If you won. I'm in a great mood today. This has been like a cool week. It's been a really good week. I'm in like a really good mood. What happened to my Trade of 8 Dom? Trade of 8's all crashing over here again. So today we're going to be monitoring very closely what happens at this level if we reclaim it. All right, back to Powell talk.
Liberty to say, people to work with, really important, what more could you want? But that's what it is. And, again, I'm blessed by working with great colleagues who are really committed to getting it right. I mean, fully appreciate how important it is that we get it right.
While you guys are chilling, check out our prop firm partners we have. Use code Rocket Scooter for any prop firms. We have My Funded Futures. We have Take Profit.
Over and over until we feel like we're in the right place.
The proceeds from this go to further develop the platform and support the community. So we appreciate. We do the giveaways, right? Giveaways you see on stream. We do prop firm giveaways every day.
So your term as Fed Chair ends about a year from now.
But use our code because the revenue that comes in from that, we turn around and buy you guys the funded accounts with it.
I fully.
So if you use the code, we get a commission, but we buy you guys the accounts with those commissions. So
I mean, as we're getting close to wrapping up, I did want to ask something a little bit out of the box. I think
Rocket Scooter is the code everywhere.
You do have a
we talked to our prop firm
responsibility.
partners, and I started telling them instead of paying me commissions, can I just credit those to the account and buy accounts for people? And they're like, yeah, you can do that.
So. Into everything a Fed chair does, small gestures, word choice.
So don't forget to sub to the YouTube channel. I've noticed MES very closely follows the moves of Bitcoin. It's the other way around. Bitcoin is mostly tethered to the.
I wondered about for years, which is your tie.
Bitcoin is tethered to longer-term hedge fund and asset manager portfolios, whereas when they're dumping everything, they're dumping everything. When they're buying everything, they're buying everything. Bitcoin is being traded like a stock. It has no tangible value. It's not a commodity, but even though people treat it like a commodity, it's really just trading like a speculative stock, more like a SPAC, I would say. That is very popular and just trending because it has historically trended with the market. They are correlating right now, but I wouldn't consider the correlation the other way. Like if Bitcoin is selling off, the S&P would be selling off. It's more like the S&P selling off, that Bitcoin is going with it, because people that are holding the longs are just dumping everything that has speculative long tangible value. And because of the tariffs and the problems, there's just no reason to hold Bitcoin speculatively if everything else is dumping. Because everything else, if Bitcoin's just or any kind of crypto is more like a payment system rather than an actual service provided or a product people buy, if commerce is lowering and everything's falling, then the payment system you use should also be lowering because there's less transactions for whatever reason, right? So it goes hand in hand, PayPal's and MasterCard and Visa and Bitcoin. I like to think of Bitcoin as a very fancy, or crypto as a very fancy PayPal. It's a payment system that allows money to transfer. And so if commerce slows down, transfers will slow down. It's a very simple relationship that I see. So you're absolutely right. I've been trading futures since 2015. I've been day trading since 2010. I've been full-time since 2015. I used to be a chemical engineer. I specialize in reaction engineering. I used to have a really cushy-ass job running a reaction unit at Dow Chemical for a while. Then I got laid off in 2010 from my perfect job, and then I jumped into day trading, and then I kind of never looked back. It's a great signal for everything else. Well, think of it like this. You're exactly right. And let me show you what I think is happening. Tell me if you agree. So an example is I'm a rich person that wants to buy a bunch of stuff. I'm Snoop Dogg, or I'm Dr. Dre, or somebody that just has like an investment manager that's like, we got to put your billions of dollars somewhere. And they're like, yeah, cool, do whatever. And the guy's like, okay, well, first we're going to buy the safe stuff. We're going to load up on blue chips, right? Blue chips, the good stocks. And then we buy enough of those. Now, market's stable. Okay, let's buy some riskier stuff. Let's buy some small caps, right? Okay, we're done with that. Okay, let's invest in other things. Let's go buy a restaurant, a gin brand, a cologne. Let's invest in fashion or something like fashion. I'm just going to write fashion. Let's invest in food, right? So let's buy everything. You got nothing else to buy. They're like, okay, let's buy some crypto then, right? And then, let's buy some NFTs. When everything else is performing good, people are risking on. You guys remember, like, even Jimmy Fallon was buying NFTs at the end of the line in the bull market. So you buy the safe things first and the risky things last through diversification. You want to be smart to survive economic downturn with billions of dollars by diversifying. You're going to invest in tons of things, not just continuing to buy stocks with it. That's putting all your eggs in one basket. So rich or more wealthy folks are starting to diversify into crypto just speculatively. It's like, yeah, I'll put 5% of my portfolio into crypto just to see if it takes off. But the majority of their stuff may be tied up in their record labels or their fashions or their foods or their investments in coffee shops or arenas or venues or sports teams or whatever they want to buy, right? And then, of course, they've got the blue chip stocks and the small cap stocks to go with it. So when markets are rallying, people buy in this direction. They buy this first, then this, and this, and this, and this, and this. Then when markets unwind, they dump it in that direction. So they sell the risky stuff first and then sell the good stuff last. And what you're looking at right now is a market where this is being sold. The blue chips, the Mag 7, everything's dumping. So if this is being sold, everything else behind it's probably being dumped as well, with the exception of their tangible investments like food and fashion and whatever they're doing, right? Buy a chain of taco shops or, whatever. Who does what? I mean, like, remember Snoop Dogg made a gin brand, right? They're all buying something and making something out there, diversifying. So the ultra wealthy people are investing in that direction. And when markets are turning bad, they're dumping the crypto first, but they're dumping everything with it. So that's why you're seeing the correlation. And so when the market's stable, crypto is going to be stable with it, just because money's got to go somewhere and it's the next speculative thing. So you buy riskier stuff, the more stable things are. You dump risky stuff first, the least stable things are. So markets risk on that way and risk off that way in a particular way. And that's how I always see it. So Bitcoin is going to very much rally with the stock market because it inherently has no supply and demand because it's not a tangible thing. Oil will rally on its own because it's a tangible thing. We need oil for things. It doesn't care what the stock market's doing. I need to drive my car to work and buy a certain amount of gas every week, FYI, X amount or whatever I do if I have a job. That's never going to change despite the stock market. So having an independent supply and demand, food, energy, things like these tangible commodities will trade on their own apart from the stock market. Bitcoin has no life. Crypto has no life outside of the necessity of commerce. And so the stock market and the experiences we're having now with inflation and tariffs are a direct effect on commerce. Fewer transactions because things cost more. Then Bitcoin as a service instrument, which is really what it is going to have less number of transactions per time in the state of the economy we have now. On its own, hoarding Bitcoin serves no purpose because Bitcoin also, if it acts as a currency, which some people argue that it could be, I believe it's a payment medium, a currency transfer device. But if you believe it's a currency on its own, then it's also susceptible to the same form of inflation. As everything goes up in price, it costs less Bitcoin even to buy it. So the demand for it doesn't get affected in a positive way, as in it's like warding off inflation, right? So I personally, I don't know if you guys see Bitcoin. How do y'all see Bitcoin in this group or any kind of crypto? Do you guys see it as a currency, or do you see it as a currency transfer device? I.e., there's US dollar and there's PayPal. PayPal moves money around. Dollar is the money that gets moved. Do you see Bitcoin's future, guys? Which one do y'all see it as? Is it a currency transfer device? Is the blockchain ultimately just a transaction medium for people to convert from one currency to the next, which is a really cool thing for it? Or is it more of an actual currency that will last for its own, with its own store of value, if you may? You feel like it's turning into both? I think it's attempting to turn into both. The transfer medium is certainly a guarantee. I get my profit and payouts with crypto. It goes through Rise, which converts it to dollars, and I get the money pretty instantly. So again, it's paid in dollars, but the transfer is through a crypto. It goes through a wallet and all this stuff. I have no idea how any of it works, but how can it be a currency when you lose 2% of value by the time that it's sent? Well, yeah, you got all the fees that go with it, right? Transaction fees or gas fees or whatever they call it. So it's very much like a Stripe or PayPal because I see it the same way. I walk in with my dollars, I convert them with Bitcoin, I trade the Bitcoin or I buy something with the Bitcoin, and a fee is taken out. So it's kind of like going to Dave & Buster's and converting your money into player chips and then playing, and each time you play, they tax you a little bit of the chips, right? It's a transfer into Dave & Buster's player card in a way.
See, that's great. Everyone should read the beige book.
Right.
The beige book comes out sort of mid-FOMC cycle.
But it has its value there. It's good value for what it does. But the whole point is that it will likely be losing value with the value of the stock market going down because it's very there's no situation where people are going to be spending less money or be more unemployed, and then there's a more demand for crypto at that time. It's going to directly correlate with the amount of with the strength of commerce. We're in a booming economy, booming market. Everybody's buying everything. Crypto is going to ride that wave with it. But if the market is dead in the water, there's no way crypto goes with it. Now, again, oil prices can go through the roof even if the stock market's crashing. They don't necessarily correlate, right? Food prices can go through the roof if the stock market's crashing simply due to the weather. If there's a drought and we lose crops, crop prices will go through the roof if you invest in wheat or oranges or whatever. Those will go way through the roof despite the stock market, right? If there's just a change in the weather. Heating oil prices go way through the roof if there's a cold front up in the north, right? So these things are dependent on, these tangible things have their own independent value. That our demands for food and energy don't change despite us being unemployed, right? So you will notice that correlation with crypto and everything else. So crypto as a transfer medium will rally at the same rate. You can probably say crypto and Visa and Stripe will all be like looking like the same price. They'll go up and down at the same rate. So the stock market's crashing. You can say goodbye to crypto. It has no tangible value on its own without the health of the companies and the health of commerce to keep it going, despite the speculation on it. But yeah, as what I like to call it a better PayPal, the whole blockchain is a better PayPal, in my opinion, has very good value for what it's worth. And MasterCard and Visa and some of these companies are in the top 20 companies in the S&P 500. So, you know, there is hope for it to be a really strong contender for a good thing to hold. But obviously, it's not going to rally on its own without the market also going up. If the market's still crashing, I'd avoid Bitcoin and anything else. Anything else. Next boot camp, we start over in like 3 weeks. It's every 20 days. So we just started 2 weeks ago. So about 2 more weeks left of it. All right, pal. Thank you for not rescuing the market today. I'm very disappointed Papa Pal didn't come through. Daddy didn't save us today. Now, why didn't that happen? Trading in the city. What's up, man? Governments will shut it down because it can only exist so they control the money supply. It's very possible. That's why betting on it as a currency is such a risky bet, because you're just one regulatory change away from getting rid of it. But you can't delete blockchain. Like, the technology is there for blockchain to be the next form of all money transfer. You know, a better currency exchange. I could see it. That by its own can't be eliminated. Private companies can exchange currency all day long. We're moving the market for afternoon. I'm legacy. Yeah, I think so. Like, right now we're waiting. What I do in this environment is when we're below this monthly hedge pressure, right where we are here. This is very, very, very bad. I'm going to put the word crash here. We're still in crash mode and the catalyst is active right here. So inside of crash territory, we have a rule that says avoidance. We call it strategic avoidance. So you guys, it's your first day here, feel free to sub to the channel because I live trade every day. I'm doing a 100K profit. I'm trying to trade to 100K profit with Tradeify, and I'm documenting my payouts and everything all along the way, showing you guys my stats every day, every month. We also train and teach for free on the stream, but you also come to the boot camp. If you guys want, if you guys like to sign up, it's only $20 for the month. Boot camp rules are stating that below MHP, when a catalyst is active, we sit out. Catalyst is active at 18,439. Automatic sit out. I've been scalping with micros just to have some fun with this. But when a catalyst is active, we sit out a lot of this. There's no reason to jump in on this nasty, nonsensical market. But what I do is anytime we get a hint of a bull break, I will chase a long every time. Long only on break here. It has to require this. You guys saw me take an attempt at that. So right now I'm waiting to see if we break. If we get an MHP break by the end of the day, I'd love to take this thing long. Trust me. Pal done. Fear turned off. Yeah, Pal's done. I think there's not much that Pal is going to say right now. And he's obviously very adamant on saying, we're going to focus on the longer term goal. And he goes, when he said we have two levers, right? Raising rates brings the market down and worsens unemployment at some point in the future. Remember, unemployment comes after the market crash. That's further away to be experiencing destabilized labor market. Cutting rates increases inflation. So if you have to push the handle both ways, if the market's crashing, Powell's probably saying, well, we got maybe a year or two before layoffs start ramping up. Or if we start cutting rates now, inflation's going to get worse now. And he said, we look for the one that's the longer term target. We're really closer to the 2% now and still on path, like he said, than the nearer term target is achieved. The longer term target is protecting the labor market. So what he's basically saying is we're not going to cut rates to save the stock market from here. That's the way I perceived it, unless I got it completely backwards. That's how I saw it. He says we're still on path to hit our inflation target, so they're not going to deviate from here. Once their inflation target is hit, then they can start focusing on the other side. So I think as soon as they're convinced that we're at the 2%, or that we're going to get there, they can start cutting rates to prevent unemployment stagflation. So remember, the Fed can if tariffs are making prices very expensive and the Fed were to raise rates or not be good at cutting rates on a schedule, the stock market can crash. People become unemployed in the midst of tariffs, and then the Fed can create stagflation if they don't act fast enough. So they need to act fast if this turns out to be bad. We're not bad yet, guys. Trust me when I say this market's selling off of here. It looks bad now, but we're not bad yet. Like, it's not like the economy's in dire straits just yet. I mean, it's a bad market sell-off, absolutely. We've had a bunch of these, right? But when I say bad, I'm talking like bad. Like the market needs to be absolutely collapsing and crashing for the big haul, like down here at the 1500s, and then now companies are like contemplating laying off and things like that. That's bad. Bad news, it seems like it's baked in. Yeah, it seems like it's becoming baked in for sure. Textbook pennant pattern forming here, yeah. Am I at the 60K? I probably am. It hasn't updated my Tradeify yet. Let me look. It still hasn't updated yet. There she goes. Yeah. Like, that's what I'm saying. We're not buying the dip down here until I break MHV to the upside. You know, we're super smart about how we trade this. I don't have a, 70% win rate by being a knucklehead. So you're going to wait for this. There's really no long pivots off of this today, but I wait all day to see if we get that MHP break, and I try to take the attempt at the long, just with some micros like I did today. It's a smart way to trade, and if the market does ever reverse, we just never miss out on it, right? We just get it the first time it goes, but I don't buy the dip in bear markets to try to reverse it that way. I wait for the confirmation. And I'll get it right. I'll get the reversal right. And I'll make tens of thousands of dollars on stream when I do and let you guys watch it. And it's time to go outside and touch grass. Dude, we should go to the... iDoc, you want to go to the pool today? We should have a pool day today. You guys got to like... Y'all have seen pictures of the pool, right? The meme here is that so I moved into a gated community with like a, country club style, shared pool for the community. There's like this gated community we live in. And when I went there, all the funny kids on socials are always like, they're very so skeptical, everyone's so skeptical of anything anyone posts. Like you post a card, they're like, that's a rental. You post something else, they're like, that's not yours. And so some people were being like super funny about it. And like, who? That's not your pool. This is an apartment pool. Or somebody said like on the floor on the one that said like no diving signs. Somebody's like, they only put no diving signs at the YMCA pool. And so the joke is we tell everybody that we're going to the YMCA. So whenever I tell you guys I'm at the YMCA pool, it's literally a YMCA pool that I'm pretending to be as my neighborhood pool. So we have a lot of inside jokes if you guys are new to the community that always kind of fall off of old memes. But when I say IDOC and I are going to the Y to go swimming, we're really just walking across the street. Our HOA pool, if you may. What's so great about an HOA pool? You just don't have to clean it. Someone else deals with it. HOA meeting. Yeah, the pool's the HOA meeting location. I know. They need to build the covered space. I'm about to lobby. That's what I'm telling you guys. I'm about to lobby to my neighborhood here. See, there's some beef going on in the neighborhood. Where we live is in Memorial in Houston. And Memorial is where all the old rich oil money lives. Okay, it's half of this place is like a retirement community with like 60 and 70-year-old Karens. I mean, it's pretty bad. And they very much like, everyone, all the younger folks propose like, hey, let's make a proposal. Your HOA dues will only go up $10 a month, but then we'll have this giant covered facility with a gym and meeting space. Right now, we meet at the pool cabana to have our HOA meetings where the community gets together and votes on shit outside in the heat. Your cabana, but you're standing by the edge of the pool. And we're like, hell, it'll even be a meeting space. We can all meet in there. And the old lady, the one that hates the monkey, there's a lady in our neighborhood that's got a monkey. And I tweeted a picture with a cute-ass monkey. Cute little spider monkey. She complains that, oh my God, someone in our neighborhood has a monkey. Like, what is happening to my community? Oh, the horror. Ah. Dumbass Karen, like, okay, I guess you're not cool unless you have like a, unless you can't have a non-standard pet. Apparently, you're too low class. Too low class. Anyways, she's campaigning to $10 a month for like a community gym, indoor space, tables, kitchen. Hell, that'd be amazing, right? So I'm about to go campaigning around the neighborhood and lobby. And I even told IDOC, I said, you know what? I'll put like $5,000 into this. If there's somebody stubborn, if this Karen is campaigning to tell people, no, if we're gonna raise our HOA dues, we should fix the back gate and change the. No, we want a gym. I could cut my class pass out at $200 a month, and I'll work out here for $10 a month. All the people with a pulse seem to get it, but there's a growing group of dissent led by a lady that hates the monkey to shoot it down. So I'm about to go lobbying. I told IDOC, I'm like, I'm gonna put $5,000 to this. If there's a stubborn person that says they don't want to do it, you know what I'm gonna do? I will offer to pay their first year of $10 dues. And then I'll get them to sign the petition and come vote. I'll be like, if you vote in favor of this, I'll buy your first year for you. And she's like, do you really care about this neighborhood this much? And I go, no, I don't. It'll save me money not doing class pass to work out here, but I don't want the Karen to win. I just don't want her to win. That's the thing. I told her, I was like, I don't care about the community as much, but I don't want to live in a repressive state where everyone was defeated by a squeaky wheel. I said, I will take a stand, Aaron Brockovich style. I just want to beat. Did she spank the way? I'm gonna spank her monkey. Give her a spanking. Not spank her monkey. I'm gonna spank her. I'm gonna whip Karen. You don't even know. I don't want to live in an oppressive state. Okay, I gotta fight the man, and it's a principle of the matter. It's a good business deal for a lot of people. It's good for health. You can write it off as a health expense. You could write it off in your taxes. A lot of, these things, like you can write your HSA can cover the fees and all that stuff, right? You can, or tax defer that, people that have jobs. You can write off your gym expenses because it's part of your HSA and all that. How many people in the gated community? Oh gosh. There's maybe like, I want to say 200 or something houses, 200 or 300 houses. It's a lot. It's small but big. I'd say maybe less than 200. I haven't counted. I'm just kind of extrapolating. Can you write off a monkey? As a what do they call it? A comfort animal? It's a health expense, probably. I bet you can. Captain Karen. I'm just not gonna let her win. That's my thought. IDOC's rolling her eyes at me, the crawfish boil. I'm like, that's principle of the matter. I don't want her to go off. And you know what her excuse was? But we were like, ma'am, listen, you know it'd be so cool with something like that? Is we all have a space to get together. We don't have to be outside in the heat, you know, like to meet, and we can all like meet together, and we can all like can have game nights and all that. And she goes, you know, I don't need to make any more friends. I already have enough friends. And I was like, yeah, sure you do, bitch. You don't sound like the most fun person at a party. So anyways, I'm going to go on campaign, beat Karen. I'm going to lobby. And I said, I'm going to like walk. And I was like, IDOC, I want you to bake cookies. We're going to sweet talk everyone that's like, maybe no. And if it comes down to it, I will buy their first year. I said, I'll pay for your first year. I will give you $120. No, that's okay. Okay, I'll pay for your next 2. Can you come vote? Okay. That's what I'm saying. And I'm going to win. And I'm gonna silently win. I don't want people to know that I'm the hero. I'm not doing this for fame or for glory. I'm not out there to be like, everyone, I'm the one that won. They're gonna be like, cool, we get the gym, and I'll silently be in the background clapping, and I'll be like, that's right, you did get the gym. And then she'll be looking at me like, and I'd be like, and I'll be holding the monkey at the celebratory party. Buying votes is the American way. IDOC is rolling her eyes at me when I said that. She's like, you really care that much about the community in the gym? I was like, not really. That's not why I'm doing it. I want to free my fellow brothers and sisters and neighbors from the tyranny, from the oppression of a single Karen. That's the reason. You'll leave the stream on, but your kids might close out of it. Okay. Hey, later, Mike. You have a good day, man. You seen people write off G-Wagons? Man, you can write off anything. Dude, I mean, you can buy anything with your company account, and then buy any car with a company account, and then rent the car from your company, from your person, as a business expense because you're an employee of your company. Company writes it off as a loss. I mean, as an expense. So you're not paying your 21% business tax on the purchase. And then you rent the car from your company, and you can write off on your personal. As you're renting a car. I think that's how they do it. Did you win lifetime? Oh, yeah. Buying votes is the American way. Bro moves in for 2 months. I know. Like, I'm in there for 2 months, and I'm going like full Wall Street on the Karens in the neighborhood. I'm serious. Like, yesterday, it was so funny. I got cracking up. Like, I pulled up to, like, there was a guy that blocked our garage, and I was leaving, and I was like, I rolled down my window. I was like, hey, you might not park in front of the garage. We have a hard time getting in and out of here. And the guy was like, oh, no, that's okay. My car broke down. I was like, oh, is your car okay? Do you need any help? He's like, no, it's okay. And I fixed it and whatever. But he's like, don't worry, I won't park there. And somebody behind me honked their horn, like, impatiently, not just like, eh. It was like, eh. And the first thing I did was I went, she's like, are you barking at this guy? The guy in the car next to me was cracking up. I was doing I was just barking just to be funny. Like, I'm too brutal for a gated community of old rich people. That was me. I was barking. I'm kind of the Karen now. I'm the anti-Karen, which makes me like the double Karen. I literally was barking. She's like, are you barking at that guy? Arr, 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 arr. People would be like, what's up with this dude? So almost at 5% price limits, yeah. Oh, it's 7% in the equity session, so. It's the Dave Chappelle bit where he was barking. It's a, what was that one? There's a bank robbery. He was barking at the people. Arr, 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 arr. Prop firms will shut you down at 5%. They usually will. And the reason they do that is because you will blow up a lot of times when that volatility is there, and then you'll overload their tech support. Or sometimes when the market gets that bad, the other reason is that the data feeds tend to crash a lot. And so they don't want to take the liability of having to refund people, because you'll be like, my TradeAvate shut down. The real reason they do that, besides the customer support being overwhelmed, is that TradeAvate's just garbage. A lot of the time, it doesn't work. TradeAvate systems get overloaded when you're at circuit breakers. I'll tell you, I've been there before. I've been trading with TradeAvate since the moment they opened. I was TradeAvate's 67th customer because my account number used to be 0067. My original DTP co-founder, his account was 00005. He was the 5th account ever signed up. When they made that company, Ryan Hansen called us and was like, hey, you guys, we have a new brokerage that we're starting, and we'd love for you guys to check it out and maybe show it on your stream. So we got a phone call from them right when they got started, when they were small. The commission-free broker, and we were some of the first TradeAvate customers ever. I was like, I like these guys. I've been with them from the start. But their system's always been kind of garbage when it comes to volatility. It just can't handle the throughput, and it crashes. And so it happens across the board. We were crashing a little bit earlier. Our CQG was falling apart for a minute. It just comes to the fact that there's like a massive influx of traders, and it just congests everything. Nothing you can do but pay for it and prep for it. The fact is, it's very expensive to up your server capacity and change your architecture and all that to handle for something that's only temporary. So typically, instead of expending the cost to be robust in all environments, you tend to just kind of like have 2 or 3 crappy days where your data feeds freeze, and you will see your prop firm data feeds will freeze. And what you guys will do is go up to like Tradeify and take profit on all these guys and be like, I blew up my accounts because the data feed froze. And to save face, they'll have to give you refunds. So what they do is they shut you off at 5% usually, because TradeAvate's garbage. That's why they do it. You got margin change notifications for MAMP? Yeah. Futures FCMs will be very, very careful about allowing you to trade contracts at even at CME margins. They will raise the margin requirement a lot sometimes just to make it more expensive to trade, so you have less exposure. Yeah. Is the giveaway already gone? Oh, yeah, the giveaway, you already missed it. But come back, 11 a.m. By the way, we do random giveaways sometimes too. Like I asked a question earlier, and the first 10 people that answered it got free months in our service. So TBT is the best thing ever. TBT is good. They're very good, and they're very supportive of our community. They sent me an email thanking us for supporting them. And they said, for your continual support of our company and whatever, I'm going to give you 10 more accounts to give away, and we'll see how it goes, and we'll give you more. So that's pretty cool. Super cool. And Q has reached its 5% limits. Oh, do they stop so they don't let you trade? TPT is asking you to pay 130 admin fee to move to pro. I thought there was no fee to move to funded. She said, fine. That I don't know. I don't know. Because I haven't actually used them yet. I'm still working on my Tradeify challenge. Do you guys know? Is there a fee? And so I haven't used it, so I wouldn't know. There is a fee to go live. Oh, okay. Or to go to funded. Ew. Okay. No fee. Oh, they give you. Oh, they give you a credit. You have to use the credit as the code. Ah. That makes sense. That makes sense. There you go. That's the answer. Okay, guys. So we're still in the crash market here. Let's talk about long-term goals just while we're chilling. Because when we do in environments like this, you guys see me taking no risk. We have a strategic avoidance strategy, and by far it's been great. I mean, I made a fortune shorting this last night. Made some long attempts today. They didn't necessarily play out, but we're still doing all right. Now the market could collapse today. The market could continue and base out and rally from here today. We don't know, but like I said, we don't take a lot of risk here. This environment can be a little crazy. Longer term targets. This is the NASDAQ. So let's talk about them. My base for today, like my low for this entire sell-off was 833. That was my low that I was looking for. So this, I think, was the low of the crash. Now, again, if there's any additional complete market collapse or crash from here, there's no recovery until 620. I mean, the market has no support anywhere inside of it. So 620 is the next level if we continue to fall. Sorry. When I say 620, I mean 620. Sorry. I'm like 620, like which 10,000 are we talking about? Hold on, let me double check. Yeah, 620. Okay. S&P. Do the same analysis here. So you guys, what our method is gamma exposure, and these are longer term pivots. So look, an S&P was this 5172 was also my base for the S&P, but the lower low there is 5072. Did I put anything in the Nike? Nah, I didn't. I didn't play that. I don't really trade stocks anymore since the since I do so well trading futures, if I did equally as well in stocks, I have a higher tax burden, so I don't trade stocks because of that. But in this particular day today, I do feel like we can hopefully ward off any kind of crashing today. Would be nice. I would like to see that. Oh, we'll see. This market is really, really nasty. 5% down. But we are hitting a support there, so we might actually have a nice little green candle to wrap up the end of the day. Hopefully. I'm not betting on it, but hopefully so. So don't forget to sub to the YouTube channel, guys. I mean, we're here every single day. I live stream every day. I'm fully transparent. I show all my trades on my screen here. I'm currently doing a $100,000 profit Tradeify challenge, or Tradeify. I'm currently up 60K on that challenge. So 60K profit with them in these straight to funded accounts, which is good. It's been a quite lucrative endeavor with these guys. So far for the year, I've taken $24,000 in payouts. I just started doing the prop firm stuff too, so. All right, no, it's all up to you guys to think. How do you think we're closing out today? Do you think the market's going to crash and hit circuit breakers by the end of the day? Or do you think we're going to base out and support a rally? It's hard to find a bottom in this environment right here. This is extremely, really scary to try to find any kind of bottom. I'm going to tell you right now, scary market. No pivots in QQQ. No pivots in SPY. Every pop's getting sold off. Nvidia has no pivots. Apple has no pivots. Nobody has pivots. I've been wanting to see this red line hold across the board. That's like my key support pivot here. So for the longer hold. So basically, like, to ward off a crash today, that's where I hope we sit out and stabilize that. I'm just marking these little retracement areas here. VIX is still pushing a little higher too. That's not that good. VVIX hasn't even started changing. It's still at 140. We can get some really nasty red candles right here. That second attempt at liquidity here has absolutely failed. So we're back down to closing below this. This can be the start of the accelerated move. Very careful here. Man, that's crazy. Blue screen of death. It's hitting me like so much. My computer is not having the best time. I also get the internet from Victor. LOL. Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. No, computer just goes blue screen, weird exception. Like, I don't even understand it. I'm going to spend my time this weekend reinstalling Windows and reinstalling all my applications. I'm going to basically just format and start over. Put all my files into a drive and get everything out. And just start everything over. Welcome back. I know. So they're fighting this like crazy little spot here on QQQ. These monthly maps are just brutal, man. Like, I'm talking like brutal. Look at that liquidation potential. You can see in QQQ the monthly maps. You guys now see it's like fully formed as a bear market. See the bull side liquidating, the bear side getting stronger. So for us to get like what I call a break point, we need to get through into a liquidity pocket wherever we get. They're so far away, we probably aren't going to see them today. Brutal. Like, bless this market's little heart, though. It's trying its hardest to stay alive here. It's trying its hardest not to hit circuit breakers today. It really is. He's trying. S&P, same boat. Oops. We've crushed through gap after gap after gap as well. Down, boy. Every time I see this jump up, I get a little excited. We want to see the recovery before we take any risk here, but it'd be nice to see if the market did make an attempt to move. But it's not finding much of a bid here. None of the stocks have supports anywhere that I can find. None of the Mag 7 looks like it's got a place to support. So unfortunately, we're kind of stuck. Stuck with the market. Now the market is going to try to survive here at the 750 level, especially in NASDAQ. It's going to fight as it's fighting right here. The question is, does it survive? It's getting pressed very hard. And I think in the close, if you want to ask me as a betting man, I think in the close it does survive. While the tariffs are getting worse and worse, I don't think that we continue to crash in the close. But again, I'm just one person. What does my opinion mean? The market is volatility is getting slightly worse. But I do think it's going to probably try to hold at least these lows. It would be ridiculous for circuit breakers to be triggering. This isn't the word I'm thinking of. This isn't a market damning effect. Tariffs, while bad, and while inflation, while bad, circuit breakers come from like massive uncertainties. Like when Trump got elected, we had a circuit breaker trigger. When COVID shut down every American business in most of the globe, we got circuit breakers. Yeah, that makes sense. When there's a massive bank run, but the fact that tariffs are going to be like, 15%, 20%, 30%, more expensive things. While that is sell-off material, I don't know if that's necessarily panic. Like circuit breakers are mostly panic. Like just undeniable illiquidity that you just can't survive. Oh, we have broken risk interval on VIX, haven't we? I forgot to even check that. 390, 28, 29, 70. Oh yeah, we have even broken risk interval VIX. I totally forgot about that. Here I am so busy streaming and my computer crashing. 390 on VIX. So this is our other, you guys haven't gotten this rule yet, but this is always a sit out as well. $29.66, and that's where we actually are continuing to break. So it actually could get worse because we are in kind of that like sit out no matter what. When VIX hits that level, it's a sit out no matter what. That's kind of the rule. It goes all down to what you guys believe. So we have an automatic sit out. We talk about the risk intervals in one of the first classes, right? So risk interval VIX is not something we thought we'd see anytime soon. But this is also automatically triggering a risk interval automatic sit out. Let me tell you how powerful risk interval is. It's going to be one of the strongest VIX pivots that you see, right? And you can see right here how the VIX itself at the risk interval itself, this red line I'm drawing, massive volume when you hit it. The VIX is just pivoting so hard off of this. I am Legacy. Hey, awesome, man. Don't forget to sub to the channel. We're here every morning. Post red line, yellow line. So this is like sit out no matter what. Well, I've been goofing around with some micros. Now that we're above that level, this just shouldn't have any trades on the table for anybody. All right. with proper risk management, this should be avoided like at all costs. With the VIX growing and it's kind of like heaviness to the upside, kind of like the market's heavy, like it's tightening up to the upside. It's not good. Which means the fall could speed up from here. These are key levels that if it breaks, the fall can really, really speed up. There is no support under here, just FYI. It's trying to hold. You can see that. 750 level is pretty strong. The market does fall apart and hit circuit breakers if we lose this level. So that's kind of what's going on today. Oh, it is moving. 750 is a key. That's a key market dies level. Like, if we lose this level, say hello to circuit breakers. It's back. Hopefully the market tries to survive this. Look at that pop. It's trying its hardest to find some support here. A lot of shorts covering though, which is good. But I like I said, I don't want to see circuit breakers because I hate having markets where I got to sit out and fucking sit out because the market's stupid. Like I'd rather markets survive. That way I can find tradable days. I hate days. You know, in COVID, there was a period of like 6 whole weeks where I didn't even trade during COVID. Believe it or not. Like wake up every day and be like, nope, time to sit out. It's trying to survive, but it ain't not happening. It's not happening. So last thing I'm going to do is wake up and like not be able to maneuver for 2 weeks. It's nice when you're an investor to be like, oh, the market's falling off. Cool, I can buy stocks for cheaper. As a day trader, I don't care what the value of the market is. I need to just be stable for the day. But man, losing this 750, this is like ultra crash. This is like circuit breaker warning. If we lose 750 on NASDAQ, and the market's gonna accelerate. Trust me, the VIX in a catalytic state itself, VIX is above a risk interval. The volatility can get massive, and so you got to be careful. I don't think the market wants to circuit break today. I don't think this is a market damning thing like COVID. I think this is an economy slowing thing, yes, but I don't think this is circuit breaker worthy. What do you guys think? Circuit breaker worthy or nah? What do y'all think? What's the consensus? I don't think it's circuit breaker worthy, right? Tariffs are priced in. You understand what they are. There's not a lot of surprises. I don't think it's going to break commerce like COVID. COVID broke commerce. COVID turned sales to zero, right? And we had 3 circuit breakers. Yes. While COVID turned sales to zero for a month or two, yeah, that crashed the market, right? Donald Trump, that volatility was such an upset to win, that crashed the market too. But then it rallied from there. So whatever is happening with the tariffs, it'll slow commerce, but I don't think it'll break commerce. That's just me though. That's just me. That's what I think. Nah, you think it's prime for huge buys? Legacy? I'm with you, dude. I'm with you. Yeah. I think the market's going to digest this within the quarter and figure out what it wants to do from there. Yeah. I agree. Let's see if IDOC wants to go to the pool today. But, you know, the market hasn't had a really good bear catalyst in a while, so the market needs something to freak out over. Maybe this is it. We haven't had a good bear catalyst in a while, right? In a couple years. So the market needs something to freak out over. But if they over freak out on tariffs, I'm going to be disappointed in humanity. We're a bunch of pussies. I don't think we lose 750. I think my thought. VIX is in a very unstable state though right now, so you got to be very careful. It is not finding that strong of a bid here. The selling pressure is very large even here. Nothing is improving across the board. DD ratio is the lowest I've ever seen it. So 0.9, we've never seen it this low. We didn't have this number during COVID though. We invented this in I think 2023. Yeah, today's not the day to do anything. Let me preempt you by saying today's not the day to do anything at all. My thoughts are it's going to ultimately hold. Even if it overshoots and comes back, it's going to try to hold. But if it crashes at 7% today, I'm going to be absolutely enamored. Like, I'm going to be very weirded out. The market shouldn't fall that much on circuit breaker stuff. On tariff stuff. It just shouldn't. It's been dancing around this pivot for almost an hour though. Where are the yearly lows? Let me see where's the low for the year. Yearly lows would be bound like 4,900, 5,000. Oh geez, 5,000. I saw somebody on social media said they're shorting to yearly lows of 2024. That's 5,000 S&P. Well, that's crazy. There's the test. This 50. If the market's dying, it's going to die from here in the next minute. So that little burp that we just saw, this is the breakout candle. So the downside is just retesting this. If it fails in the next 5 minutes. So if we're crashing, get ready for it because it's going to happen in 5 minutes or less. That little quick run of liquidity right here, 750 to try to capture it, is the make or break. Volume's going to start picking up very rapidly from here now. I'm watching the VIX on my side computer here. Let me pull this off to the side out of your way here. Let me let up VIX for y'all to see. This is the make or break right here at VIX. VIX is in a very unsafe place above this 2966 level. VIX has broken its own risk interval structure. We talk about that. This is an automatic sit out for us. The market can enter pandemonium from here. And the VIX is relatively low, a lot lower at these low levels than it was earlier when we first fell to it early in the morning. But the volatility starting to pick up means that the candles are about to get really wide. So there's going to be a lot of fake outs here. And like I said, the market is, if it fails this in about 5 minutes, we're going to continue collapsing. So your choice is, your guess is as good as mine on this one. I don't see it supporting. But the volatility is big enough that anything can happen. Crazy. Buckle up, Buttercup. I just don't want to bet. I don't want to hit circuit breakers today. I don't feel that that's like the mechanism of this environment. For whatever reason, I just don't feel like that's what's going to happen. I could easily be wrong. But that the market would want to crash on these reciprocal tariffs, it just doesn't. It's tariffs. It's not like COVID. It's not like massive waves of unemployment. Unless the stock market quants have seen something we don't see with the numbers, like there's an error in Trump's formulas, whereas Trump hasn't planned for something and the quants have identified doomsday from the situation from the tariffs that they're going to throw us into a Great Depression, then the market will crash. If the markets crash today, my thought to you is to tell you that that's a warning sign that the smartest people in the room are telling you we've overlooked something with these tariffs. Okay? COVID was everything is going to zero. That's what COVID was. There's the crash. It's about to get worse, you guys. COVID was everything's going to zero, and we were hitting circuit breaker after circuit breaker. Is Wall Street telling us that somebody's calculated something is going to zero? This is my question to you. If we start hitting circuit breakers today, the uncertainty is through the roof, meaning that Wall Street has guessed it wrong, and that's what that tells you. Lower is one thing. Crashing and lower are two totally different mechanics. That's the thing. Crashing and lower are two different mechanics. The market should go lower on tariffs, but it shouldn't be crashing on tariffs. Crashing means an unexpected, unforeseen thing. Like somebody has done the math, just like you guys watch like movies like Big Short or movies like Margin Call, where some smart quant does the math and goes, somebody's made an error. Wall Street is sleeping on this. The tariff equation is going to collapse everything. We need to sell everything now. That massive amount of selling to trigger breakers is only seen at the worst possible scenarios. Okay. It's not usually seen on tariffs unless somebody's telling you that the tariffs are going to actually destroy the economy across the board. Like we're going to enter a global Great Depression. I think Nasdaq is about 200 or 300 points lower from here. Like I said, I just don't see that being the case today. But I told you in the next 5 minutes it's going to fail. That was the failure point. So I don't know where we stop now. We're close to those lows, though. Today's lows. Maybe that might offer a technical support. We'll see. But man, I'm telling you, I would be very, very surprised myself. So again, if we hit circuit breakers, it's telling you that the higher ups have calculated something. There's something Wall Street's overlooking. Like the math of the tariffs aren't checking out, and that this is going to cause a big problem in the economy. Your guess is as good as mine, guys. But I don't think tariffs should crash the stock market. I just don't see how that's possible. I can see what there's massive amounts of selling, yes. But it should sell systematically day over day over day. It is the obvious short to take, but does it crash the market? That's my question. It's very possible. I would be very worried if we trigger a circuit breaker today. I would be very worried about the economy in general. For it to have such an impact on the stock market would be a major problem. Testing those lows today. There's the technical low. And the volatility is picking up like crazy. You know, dealers gonna let this shit crash? What do y'all think? Oh, we didn't hit the lifetime grid. We'll do it tomorrow. Lifetime rocket scooter. So lifetime platform. Dude, that volatility's picking up. Thinkorswim giving out warnings. Is that what that is? Hold up. What the hell was that? That's a Thinkorswim alert. I didn't have any alerts set. Maybe Thinkorswim dropped on those news warnings. Like, careful, circuit breakers are incoming. Does anybody know the level of the breaker? Let me go. Pax was writing them yesterday. Let me see if Pax has the number. That wasn't my... I didn't have any alerts set in Thinkorswim, but that ding ding song is usually their... sound is usually their big. Limit up on NASDAQ, 379. So we're still far enough away from it. S&P is 5432. I just don't think it's triggering the breakers. I don't think that's what we're going to see today. Well, let's mark it on the chart while we're here. Limit up down 5054. Oh, 5054, sorry. We need a big, like, warning color for this with a color that we don't use. Like, we gotta make this big line, big old fat line there. Curious what the Thinkorswim warning was, other than that was the warning. 17,379. We've got a while. Pax did the math on these things. Appreciate you, brother. RTY is almost limit down. Dude. I just don't see it. I don't see this as being circuit breaker worthy. I just don't. I don't. I've traded enough to know that markets survive tariffs and shit. I've been here long enough. Been this game long enough to know. I would be absolutely shocked if we trigger breakers today. I don't want the market to plunge into pandemonium either. I want the market to be healthy and fucking stable so that I can actually trade this thing. I don't want to come in the stream every day. That's bad for my business to sit here and have to sit out. Tell you guys, I gotta sit out today. Sorry. People are like, does this guy even trade? What's going on? Why is he sitting out? This isn't boring. Is he not longing or shorting? I hate it. I need orderly markets so I can come in and fucking crush it and make a ton of money. You guys know me. I think we rally from here, or at least we save from here. Maybe not rally, but I think we save from here. I don't think we break highs or anything, but I don't think we go any lower than this. I think the market's going to fight it off. I really do. But we'll see. I can imagine the dealers letting the market or lose control of the market in this environment. I felt crash days. They don't feel like this. They feel so different. Volatility as it is relatively mild. This is not, the VVIX is actually holding really flat, which is weird for a crash as well. The VVIX should be increasing and the volatility of the VIX should be increasing as well, and it's not. The VIX is just moving in giant waves. While the VIX itself is irrational, it's definitely not flying out of control. That doesn't mean it can't fly out of control by the end of the day. But this is a key support pivot, this 5140 level in S&P. So we'll see if we recover at least from here. My bet is that we close somewhere in here. That's my guess, but we'll see. VIX is in control. We're getting a little bit of volatility decay into close today, which is good. Pips and 6, what do you think? 640, 660? Yeah. That's a nice range there. It's the global tariffs war, but the thing about it is that Wall Street is very good at pricing, and tariffs are the easiest things to price in because you know exactly which companies, you know exactly how much, you know exactly which products. You got all the data in front of you. Quants will have this stuff figured out in a second, the impact on the economy. The fact that markets would crash, it means we overlooked something. Something surprised us that we weren't paying attention to. And that's the big scare. It's like, what is it that we're not seeing? And then all of a sudden new information arises that people haven't priced and the market should crash. Markets should orderly reprice themselves lower when markets are going down. Markets don't just crash when they're pushed down. Markets usually fall in an orderly fashion all the time. The reason markets crash is that something was overlooked and new evidence pops up that people weren't able to see. The global tariff war is not new news. The amount of tariffs is not new news. The reciprocal tariffs, new-ish news, but I think most people have quantitatively adjusted the value of the market based on what they think the tariffs should produce, right? It's easy to know that information. A quant will know every company and their sales and how many imports and how the sales will be impacted, their bottom line, calculate exactly that company's stock price based on the tariff information. The only way it should crash the stock market is that there's something somebody overlooked and somebody ran to their boss's office like, I ran the numbers and everyone's missing this but us. We see this. We need to dump everything now. The tariffs are going to create a loop effect that's going to take everything to zero. And then that would panic the office and like, okay, let's take it. Let's just sell everything. So crashes usually come from panic. We crashed 3 times during COVID because the entire infrastructure goes to zero. Everything shuts down for months at a time. People knew the pandemic was going to be bad for the economy. Maybe not bad in a pandemic sense, but bad because all the businesses were going to shut down and it would take forever to start back up. So yeah, that crashes the market. People know that that's the problem. But tariffs, we're only talking 10, 20, 30% change in prices. This is big. It's not crash the market big. I've been trading long enough to know that. Yo, Gam, I'm still here, dude. Tell me you guys disagree or agree with me. What do you think? Is this crash the market big or no? Tell me what you think. I don't think it's crashed the market big. I think it's priced in big. I think the market is continuing to be bearish big, yes. But I don't think we hit breakers today. I just don't. I don't see breakers as a possibility. That's just me though. Do you guys think circuit breakers are a possibility today? Fundamentally speaking, is there something that Wall Street has overlooked and it warrants a bank run? Like everybody's just pulling their stocks all out because it's all going to zero. That's what circuit breakers tell to me. Or when Trump won the election, right? People thought Hillary was destined to win. And then Trump was like the meme candidate at the time. Like, really? It was surprising that Trump even made it that far in the polls. People were like, no way this guy can win. It's Donald Trump, the billionaire celebrity guy. There's no way a celebrity is going to become president, right? People were freaked out when he won. And the market completely dipped and hit a circuit breaker, then rallied for 4 years. Like, that's what causes circuit breakers. Massive upsets to the system. An upset. Something you couldn't price in, something you didn't see. The abnormal thing happens. And tariffs, everyone saw coming from a mile away. That's just my thought. Teflon Don, baby. So my thought is, since we can see the tariffs coming from a mile away, that the tariffs aren't going to destroy the stock market today. That we do rally from here. That's just my call. I don't know. But what do I know? Any more experienced traders been here longer than I have? Can you answer that question? A healthy correction, yes. I can see a healthy correction from this. I could see a year-long bear market from this. I really can. I don't see circuit breakers today. I just don't. Overreaction, Terrence? I think Terrence is right. Overreaction, yeah, I can see that as well. I can see that. I see that. I absolutely can see that. You agree that it's not based on the tariffs? Yeah, like this is not the tariffs that's causing the market to sell off and crash like this. There's something we're not seeing. Somebody knows something we don't. And whether it is the tariffs is just the math checks out to spell out global Armageddon. But this overreaction is kind of preposterous to me. A healthy correction makes sense. A market crash doesn't. As a matter of fact, we could have based out at these levels. And hopefully the market is surviving from here. But we'll see. Hopefully we get a recovery in 52 and we stay there. But whatever. Yeah, like I said, breaking 750 was a threat to possibly crash the market into the breakers. So my belief is it doesn't happen, but we'll see. Tariff are okay. I think it's compared to other countries. It's still negative tariff if you minus you have tariff. Yeah, I think so. Can you please post in Discord, Lucas? You keep asking that. I'm not gonna do it while I'm on the stream. But I will later for you guys during the boot camp. You don't think it'll happen today? Genuine? Yeah, I don't think so either. Field futures, the U.S. economy, it's too strong. Yeah, the economy's too strong. I don't think the stock market's going to crash on tariffs. I just think it's preposterous. You saw what the news with Nike did. We saw one announcement about China and the market overreaction is done. Yeah, overreaction, yeah. The stock market needs to price lower, but we crashed in COVID. And COVID was, I got a phone call from a buddy of mine. I was at a bar the night before. Now, I'll tell you guys, this is good information. I have a buddy of mine who had a family member that was on Trump's cabinet. I got inside information. I didn't trade on it, but I was at a bar. I was one of 3 people at this bar. I was playing cornhole at this bar, and nobody was out. I was at this bar because I was supposed to go to Cirque du Soleil. And I drive all the way out to the fucking racetrack, which is an hour away where they have it. And there's a note on the door that's like, the circus has been canceled. And I'm like, what the hell? I bought front row seats and everything. Like, I was literally right at the front. I actually don't even think I ever got my refund from that. Either way, so I was like, well, damn, I'm going to do something. And everything around town was like, starting to do closing early or whatever because of COVID. But I'm out there playing, cornhole, and my buddy calls me. He texted me first and was like, hey, call me. Called him. He's like, I knew his sister was in with the Trumps and stuff. He's like, so Trump's going to pull the plug. I'm sorry. Hold on. Am I saying Trump? Get the president wrong. Whatever, 2020 was like, yeah, they're going to, like the administration. So they were with Trump's side of the coin, but they were like, they knew from like the chatter in the White House that the current administration at the time was going to shut everything down, which is Trump's, I forgot who all the people in there were, but I forgot the name. It's been a while, but they were like, he's going to shut everything down for like a month because political pressure is forcing him to. And it's like, it was almost like a movie moment because I was like that scene in, what was it, Margin Call, where they're driving around and they're like, driving around town and they're like, nobody knows what's about to happen to them. And I had that same moment. I was like, wow, nobody knows what's about to happen. I'm thinking like this is going to be like 5 years of problems. You can't shut everything down in one gulp. That's what they said. They were like, Trump's going to shut everything down. And I was like, because everybody was worried about their health at that time. Like, what's going to happen? Is COVID a real thing? Blah, 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 blah. 2% market circuit breaker has been a pivot. Let's see. Let's see if we survive this. Be nice to see it. I just don't think we crash. I just don't. I mean, this is the place you can crash from, but what would Wall Street... I think we have an orderly sell-up, but I don't think we have breakers today. I think the market's going to sell and close low, and then tomorrow sell and sell and sell. We might have 3 or 4 days of selling, sure, on Monday going forward. I just don't think that the panic from this today. VIX is starting to pick up some steam, though, which is kind of the problem. The volatility is about to become a little much. Come on, let's bottom out here. Let's have an orderly end to the week. I don't want to come back on Sunday. If we pop circuit breakers today and continue to trade lower, I don't want to come back Sunday to watch the S&P gap 500 points down into another circuit breaker. Ridiculous. I don't want this to become another COVID-like market. I sat out for like 6 weeks. I hate not making money. I don't trade that shit. I don't trade volatility in crap markets. I sit out. I'll be very disappointed if my 100K challenge with Tradeify is interrupted because of douchebag Wall Street overreacting to tariffs. We need an orderly bear market. Yeah, I don't need to wake up to like volatility excursions and circuit breakers and stuff. Most small businesses will be devastated. Yeah, I mean, I think so. I don't think they wouldn't be. 100%. Come on, green candle to save the market. Let's get it. Well, don't circuit. Don't hit the breakers today. Don't hit the limit down. So we don't want to see this. We want to see an orderly close and then continual bear market. Yeah. Right? Nobody here should want the market to crash. It becomes untradeable. It becomes bad for next week. It becomes bad for next month. Nobody wants a crashy crash market. They're terrible. We didn't do the lifetime drawing because we didn't hit 500 people again. That's the next thing. We got to hit 500 people. That's my reward. The drawing's already been triggered. But we'll have to do it when there's 500 people here so that it's fair. We keep getting close, though. We're like 480, 490 people. It's super exciting to see how fast we're growing, though. 500 is like our new level now. So our next tier is 750. We've been kind of like 490, 510, 470, 520. We're bouncing around there. We need another growth spurt. You guys help us get the word out. I'd love it. And thank you for your sharing our thing with your friends and stuff. I'm kind of streaming all afternoon though, because hey, we're not to sleep on this fun market crash. But don't forget to sub to the channel, guys, if you are just new here for the first time. I like to see that little greeny green there. Have any special discounts for lifetime? We don't usually do it, but I've been relatively generous over the last, couple hours because the market's been bad and it's been kind of hurting some people. I gave away 10 free bootcamp classes. Maybe as a reward for staying on the stream all day today, if I open up lifetime discount, $1,500 off for like just today only in secret for just you guys, I'll do it. I'm feeling generous because somebody just asked. Our Black Friday sale, we can do it early. Hold on. Don't tell anybody. This is okay. This is your reward for being in the stream. I'm gonna start doing this. Throwing out random prizes just for being here. Hold on. Okay. If you're here, okay. Okay, I'll do it. Okay. 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 Don't tell anybody. There's your code. Have fun. Lifetime platform access, $2,500. There's your code. Just here. That's the code. I turned it back on. I'm gonna turn it off at midnight. Okay. Okay. That's the free boot camp for life, free everything. You guys are good. We'll do it. Yeah. Since y'all are asking, I gave away 10 bootcamp seats today. We'll do that. That's really, you get lifetime for platform for that price. It's pretty nice. Pretty nice. Most people ultimately do it, but they have to wait till Black Friday to get that deal. So just enter that code. That's it for lifetime. Just go buy it and then cancel your monthly. Free $2,500. That's a gift if you stayed in the stream this long. Thank you for supporting our community. I'm going to continue to be generous with the income we make. You know, I've been very generous. As of lately, just letting you guys know, for the sake of Rocket Scooter, can I tell you guys something cool? I used to take a salary stipend, right? Just as a payment from the company. I've forgone giving myself a salary this year as well, so I can invest more money back into the company. So I don't even draw a salary anymore from Rocket Scooter. So we went full force on development so we can develop the backtest thing. And then I'm taking the affiliate money that I'm getting and buying you guys accounts with it to give them away on the stream. So buying this Tradeify straight to fundeds and stuff. Do I give to Precious? Yeah, Precious and other people. I pay salaries. You know, Precious lives in Nigeria where American dollars go a very long way. So, you know, he has a very, he has a very cushy opportunity at Rocket Scooter. With the amount we pay as a normal videographer, that money goes a very long way in Nigeria for sure, which is good. I'm glad to be supporting people and supporting families. It really makes me happy, you know. What if you win the lifetime when it's drawn? We'll refund you. I'll refund you. Yeah, Precious is one of our employees. He does a bang up job, man. He does our YouTube reels. He crushes it. Came right from the bathroom. All right, this again. Don't tell anybody. This is a secret code. $1,500 off lifetime. This is the Black Friday code that we had. You guys can use that today only, okay? Don't share it outside of the stream. Just as a reward for you guys being here. People were asking, do we get a discount on lifetime? 2 people asked me, by the way. One on stream, and somebody asked me yesterday. And I'm like, you gotta wait till Black Friday. And they were like, oh man, that sucks. All right, so feeling extra generous today. I've had a killer week. I'm crushing it, Tradeify. I've been nailing all my calls. I'm on a huge winning streak. IDOC's been nice to me lately. Everything's kind of lining up. She's normally a tyrant. I'm just kidding. It works with AI as well. So some of the features we're building are with AI incorporation. Yes, we haven't built it out yet, but we're doing AI incorporation where you'll be able to ask questions like, what is the probability of hedge pressure break? And the AI bot will give you the answer. We're going to do real language communication with the platform. Like, hey, can you show me what's the best possible breakout play today? And the algorithm will be, oh, well, you have hedge pressure, monthly hedge pressure at the same spot on NVIDIA, and it just broke through. Here's the play. That'd be the idea. Nice to be offshoring jobs to Africa. They need it the most. Well, I mean, I feel like, well, and Precious is awesome at what he does. Like, I'm honestly going to say, you know, I vet all my employees on the level of talent and all the people I work with, and Precious does a bang up job. I mean, like, you guys watch our shorts. He does a really good job. The editing's good. It's clean. He takes the clips and makes them very, just does a, you know, quality job for that. And I'm very happy to pay someone who does something, especially something that impresses, you know, me and the rest of the partners and stuff. So. You cancel your subscription, but it's valid until the end of April. I can't subscribe a new one with the code. Yeah, you can, but you have to go to lifetime. That code is for lifetime only. There's an area couple codes posted. Here is the correct one. Lifetime 2,500. Yeah, that's the one. Monthly first. You just go to the website and sign up for monthly. Sign up for monthly. You just go here. And then you just click this, and then you subscribe. There's no code. It's already baked into the price. See, look, here I am talking and saying it'd be ridiculous to break circuit breakers, and the market's like stabilizing here. I'm excited to see that. Hold on. Hello? Hello? Hi.
For them. You do have Medicare Parts A and B.
I do have a question about Medicare. The other day I was walking through a cave and a bat bit my nutsack and I think I have rabies. Is that covered under my Medicare plan? I don't drink a lot of water. I think it's rabies. Yeah, bot doesn't like my stories that I tell. They just hang up. It's the same, like, I don't know how I got thrown into some fucking Medicare database, but I did. I told you guys, I don't think we're hitting breakers today. I think it would be I think it would be absurd. I don't think we're rallying today either, but I think it would be absolutely absurd to trigger circuit breakers on tariffs. Circuit breakers are COVID shutting everything down. Everything's going to zero. Yeah, let's crash the market, right? But everything's becoming slightly more expensive. Is bear market, not crash market. That's how I see it. I've been trading long enough to know that Wall Street overreacts a lot, but Wall Street isn't ever dumb. Very rarely is Wall Street dumb. Like the 2008 crash, Wall Street was dumb. Well, actually, no, they were smart. They were just greedy and didn't care. But they're never dumb. They've already figured out the prices of stuff, and things tend to stay orderly more often than they don't. So. Those fucking nut munching bats, I tell you, they're everywhere. I think I need a new one of these. I've been spitting into this thing for almost like a decade now. It's kind of like sturdy on the sides, but kind of fluffy on the top. This is the, you call these pop guards or, you know, windscreens or whatever for your mic. When I do this, it's like, you probably can hear the pop. Oh my God, there's so much dust here. Hold on, I'm about to blow your, everybody, earmuffs. I'm about to, hold on, let me mute it. There was so much dust on this thing. But yeah, it's like the, I guess this is probably, what's that material? Like styrofoam peanuts. That's kind of what this is probably made out of. smells like 10 years of breath. I probably should get a new one of these. Yeah, I mean, bear market is here to stay. But a crash would have to come from an abnormal surprise. This is just like a strange kind of overreaction, I feel like. Yeah, you guys, so I'm glad to open that discount up to you guys, especially those of you who who've been loyal to the stream, right? That's a cool. Don't forget to cancel your monthly though if you did sign up for the lifetime. I'll leave that on until midnight tonight because I've just been feeling generous lately and giving you guys a huge discount. It's totally cool. That supports the team. We're currently in an expansion project right now where we're redoing the back end of the platform to be able to support the future back testing that we're going to build. On-screen probabilities, all this stuff is my dream. And so we just hired a bunch of people. We're not hired, but brought them onto the project to commission this work. And it's probably 3 to 6 months of work. It's going to cost me, hundreds of thousands of dollars to do this. So you guys have your little back testing module that you want, the probabilities on the chart. I'll put up 6 figures for you guys. So thank you for supporting the, we just scoped out that project. It's going to take 3+ months for sure. I always double it in my head so I can be more conservative. But yeah, so I'm going to fork out the money and continue to build the platform. And all the things you guys are doing to support us really helps out. That real-time backtesting by far is going to be my favorite thing that we have. JTR, awesome, buddy. Thank you, thank you. Y'all's donations go to good use, for sure. Yeah, so we have a team. Yeah, we have 2 people on our media team. One does the videos, one does the static content, one does the stream content. The cool stream content you guys see. This guy right here. I mean, they do a bang up job, doing all of our stuff. Really nice. At 754 level, do you guys think we rally from here today on this level? What do you think? A background voice built-in alert saying MHP break. As cool as that would be, I've watched some streams and some streamers put like audio effects in their algos and shit they sell. And when you listen to the stream, it's like order filled, and you're just like, what kind of like fucking weird ADHD brain can like trade with this stuff? You give the audio signals, you can get carried away with it and it can be crazy. Sounds like a dubstep song. Order filled. Yeah. Oh yeah, tick strike. Yeah, like. Yeah. Nutso. NBA Jam sounds. I miss NBA Jam. What an awesome cultural phenomenon NBA Jam was. There's some nerd out there that copies everything I do. From the font choices that I use to like, I always do a joke in the poll. Now they do a joke in the poll. Like, watch, let me show you. Like, people are copying what we do. You can copy what we do, you'll never be as big as we are. But people try. Okay, watch. Let's vote, right? We always have fun polls here. If you don't know what Arby's is, it's like we have too many weird inside jokes. Our stream is like the show Arrested Development. You just have to keep watching. The jokes self-reference so much They just had to be here long enough to get it. We have the weirdest conversations sometimes. I'm surprised you guys have been posting the pregnant man emoji more often today. Worst pull for your stomach. Yeah, the Arby's thing. We now have an Arby's setup, as people have called it. Well, the joke went like a million times away. Okay, so if you look on my screen, I don't know if you guys ever played the video game Burger Time. Like, I'm talking like when your aunt and uncle were kids. Okay, this is like Burger Time was a video game for like Atari and like Intellivision and like, you know, Coleco and all that stuff. It was like this. You'd walk across the burger. The sausage would chase you, the eggs would chase you. You'd throw pepper, I think, at the eggs and sausage. You walk across the bun, it falls. You walk across the bun, it falls, and you squash the enemies just like that. Oh, Burger Time was great. One of the best games ever, right? And he kind of looks like a pregnant man. But either way, right? So you have like the partitioned portions of a burger. And so we do have a move that we you know, when you go from a liquidity pocket to an illiquidity pocket, right? We have transitional moves here. And so an illiquidity pocket through liquidity pocket goes straight from bull zone to bull zone. We trade right through the bear zone, okay? So people started calling this the bear zone sandwich. This looks like a Burger Time burger, where you have a nice little beautiful sesame seed bun. We see these all the time, right? And then, so people were starting to call us like the sandwich trade or the burger trade and the Burger Time trade. And then it carried on to another conversation I had where I thought that the Arby's advertisements for their roast beef sandwiches gave me the creepers. Because it looked anatomically X-rated. When you look at the Arby's sandwich pictures, it looks, like I said, anatomically not safe for work. And I just keep saying that it kind of looks like, you know what it looks like, sandwich, okay? And every time I look at this, I'm like, human skin flap sandwich. And so the joke was Arby's is just a weird looking thing, even though everybody like Arby's tastes awesome. And I know it tastes great. Everyone loves roast beef. But the pictures just look weird, okay? And I saw them and I was like, do they suggestively make like, you know, a skin flap sandwich just so that it has like hidden sex appeal to it? I know, gross. But anyways, I told people the story on how I don't eat at Arby's because the picture of the burger weirds me out. It looks like human skin. So then I'm like, okay, I'm never gonna eat at Arby's. They should not fold the damn roast beef that way, okay? Anyways, so now the Burger Time trade became the Arby's trade, and now Arby's is the thing everyone says now. So you guys are missing out on the inside joke. When people say there's an Arby's setup, they're referring to the illiquidity pocket, liquidity pocket, bear zone sandwiched between the two. So I'm hungry and aroused at the same time. Although if you close your eyes and eat at Arby's, I'm sure it tastes delicious. I love roast beef on my Subway sandwiches, so I'm not gonna complain. But it looks a little questionable, and that's why I don't go there. And I also don't eat at Applebee's because the name weirds me out. Apple and B, like what? Like, I know Applebee's is okay. We used to like comedically go to the Applebee's. I used to be part of this like meetup group a long time ago. And we go to Applebee's. I never really like would go there. Applebee's, just the name always weirded me out. Applebee's, like, what? Can you name it something different? Anyways, so like we used to actually do this for fun. Everybody would dress up in like tuxes and prom gowns, and we'd rent limos and stuff, and we would roll up to Applebee's, and they would like, there were people out there, and they lay out red carpets with the ropes with the doorman standing there, and we'd treat it like the Oscars, and we would pile into this Applebee's in the Heights on Dollar Mai Tai night, which is like on a Thursday night, I think, and we would all get shit-faced drunk in tuxedos drinking Dollar Mai Tais, and they loved it, and we would tip the hell out of the whole staff there because they would just get overwhelmed with people. And outside, there's just like, you know, literally red carpet and ropes. So we actually used to be a fun thing, this Houston Young Professionals meetup group would do, and the name was called like the red carpet at Applebee's or something like that. Wait to hear about BJ's restaurant. Now, of all things, is BJ's name ever weirded me out for whatever reason? And I'm not going to tell you, BJ's by far has one of the best pizzas you can have at any one of these chain restaurants. There's something different about BJ's pizza that hits home. It's not even really like your traditional like restaurant grade pizza. Something about the way they do it is like fluffy. Hey, come in. I'm on camera. Are you wearing pants? Oh, wait, hold on. She doesn't have pants on. Be right back. What? Whoa. Yes. I mean, speaking of me manifesting food, look what BJ stock makes all-time high today. I got waffles and eggs and all kind of tasty stuff. Let's put this over here for a minute. That was really nice of her. Really awesome. What a gal. Show us proof she has no pants on. Oh, she'll come in here and dance. Trust me. But no, BJ's is great. If you've ever been there, they have like, the pizza is just this fluffy, spongy, tasty bread. I'm actually addicted to it. So whenever I head out to the burbs every once in a while, we don't get BJ's in the city, but funny. But whatever reason, BJ's name never freaked me out. Something about Applebee's just made me be like, why would you name a restaurant Applebee? Something about bees is like giving me the willies. At least it's good to see that we're holding that 750 level today. It's not a blue waffle. Don't you start with me, Caseback. Don't you start that again. I spent a whole week removing that from my memory for it to come back. Take a bite out of your food now. This one? This? I haven't had an Eggo waffle since I was like 11 years old. That's so good. 750 is a very important level to stay above. I agree. It's one of our impact lines from a while back. No more, can't talk about the blue waffles. It's banned. But yeah, so we'll tell you guys, if you guys are just tuning in or just still here, that we're doing, because people asked about it, we're doing the Black Friday lifetime coupon. So we'll do that today. Just today only. That's feeling extra generous. People are asking. So for those of you that have been loyal and stayed here all day, supporting the stream, appreciate that. You can eat your weight in Eggo waffles. Absolutely, you could. These things are delicious. And of course, I never put the syrup on the waffle because I like to have my own control. I like to have a little vat of butter and a little vat of syrup. I take the waffle, dip it in the butter, dip it in the syrup, creates a crunch. I don't like soggy waffle. Tech Smart, just passed your Apex 25K eval and activated the PA, then bought another 25 eval to keep progressing. Wondering if it's allowed to group trades so you can duplicate your trades. I teach that you shouldn't duplicate your trades, but if you wanted to, you can set up there's some third-party programs. I know people do it with like NinjaTrader, but Tradeovate also allows you to group trade. You can group your accounts together inside the Tradeovate app as well. You like Naples pizza, but you prefer New York? New York pizza is amazing. Yeah, so good. I'm a big fan of all kind of pizzas though. And I just always love pizza. I love pizza so much. I worked at a Domino's Pizza for like 3 years. And then I worked at Papa John's for like another year. This is what I did in college to make money. I taught at university. I did research. I occasionally had an engineering internship, but then my big money maker was with Domino's. I was like in heaven, man. I'd eat for free food. I was a poor college kid. Taco Bell has pizza. Oh yeah, they do. They have Mexican pizza, huh? Except for pineapple. No, pineapple. You cannot put pineapple on pizza under the conditions of people just scoop pineapple and dip it on the pizza, and there's pineapple juice sitting on top of the cheese. Too much. Now, pineapples and tomatoes go really well together, and pineapple and pork goes very well together. But you can't have a soggy, juicy pizza. You can maybe have like bits of pineapple, but the cheese is what throws it off for me. I'm gonna tell you, I'll eat pork all day long with pineapple. This is a great marriage of flavors, but the cheese, that's where it gets me. Papa John's is absolute trash. No, absolute trash. Yeah, and they put their toppings under the cheese, which is weird. I always found it to be weird. Like having a 3-year stint at Domino's as a manager, I made pizzas. That's mostly what I did as a manager, is answer the phone and make pizzas. So I basically did a little bit and get the pizzas out of the oven. This really is a manager's job, was to get the pizzas out and do quality control before it goes in the box. But I would get on the line and make pizzas if it was busy. And, really good at the standard formula. You put the sauce. I can actually, it's pretty good too, and I can still do it. And I show off all the time with iDoc. I show her like my dough handling skills. But I'm really good at slapping out the dough and spinning it around, throwing it behind my back and stuff. See, I told you guys we don't hit the circuit breakers today. I told y'all. You're ridiculous to do so. Now, I don't have any position right now. It'd be kind of nice if I was, but back to the yellow line. I can hit circuit breakers today. It's always good to be prepared for it, but kiwi on pizza is the best. Is this a German thing, Victor? I can't imagine. I'm not a big fan of any fruits on pizza. But I like New York New York pizza, like super, super, super thin, but not cracker crust. I love that, but I also love the cracker crust. Domino's thin crust pizza just hits home different. That was like my jam. That's my favorite. And when I worked at the store, I would do double the sauce, and I would mix the Frank's Red Hot buffalo sauce in with the sauce. I'd throw extra oregano on the sauce and cook it. Oh man, that was the jam. Little Caesars, yeah, that's pretty good. But no, I do like, we have a bunch of really good pizza chains and pizza places here in Houston. Like we got one called Star Pizza, which is pretty big. It's a deep dish, which is really, really good here, Chicago style. We got some Detroit style places, which I do love too. And then we have Pink's is like one of the Houston brand delivery places. And Pink's is it's so different. It's like a luxury delivery pizza. They put sun-dried tomatoes in with the crust. That's kind of the secret of it. The crust has a unique flavor to it, which normally pizza enthusiasts would kind of get mad at you for doing that, because crust is supposed to be pure. But it has a good, that kind of raisiny flavor of a sun-dried tomato. It's really good. What's the background music? I wrote it with an AI bot. So it's all AI-generated beat music that I wrote. Is there a Perry's in Sugar Land and Webster? Yeah, there is. I do like Perry's is good. Bacon, pepperoni, sausage. Yum, 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 yum. All right, Chris. See you later, bud. What about the Chicago crust? I do like Chicago style a whole lot, actually. Round table pizza. Never had it. So I wrote myself. I spent a whole weekend writing music on with an AI bot. When Victor mod? Oh, yeah. If you don't win the contest by the end of the month, Victor will make you a mod as a prize. Domino's is now doing stuffed crust. I saw the commercial the other day. Stuffed crust is gimmicky for me. I don't know. I'm a person that actually likes pizza crust. Stuffed crust, as cool as it is, it's just too gimmicky. Like, it's too much. And while stuffed crust is amazing. Remember when they used to have the original like Pizza Hut stuffed crust pizza, and like in the 80s or 90s, a commercial was like they'd eat their pizza backwards? That was the hook for it. I remember those days. Oh, his streams, musical genius. Yeah. Do I play guitar? I do play guitar. I have a guitar I shred on now is a black Ibanez Prestige. So I can show you guys a picture of it. I'll just give you a that. It's kind of black with a little bit of no, I don't have the wood grain. That's cool though with the wood grain. That's hot. I like that. Mine more has a kind of like a glittery, not glittery, but like a black with some speckles in it finish. No, that's not it either. I can find a better picture of one that looks just like mine. Yeah, it's a killer guitar, dude. Yeah, that looks like mine. Mine looks like this. Yeah, that's mine. That's the one. That's my guitar. Oops. Let me over here. That's my main shredder right now. Do I play metal? Yep, that's what I do. Rock, metal, everything. This one I have tuned. So this one I actually dropped the bridge down and tuned it to B string. So it's tuned like a 7-string, even though it only has 6. So I actually have B tuning. So B-E-A-D, G-E, B-E-A-D, G-B-E. So B-E-A-D, G-B. So it's a B-tuned guitar. So it's junk, 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 junk. So I can play metal with it on a 6-string. I always want to get a 7-string, but then I was just like, the feel is different. It's a whole different kind of guitar. I didn't want to like have to learn a different guitar. Yeah, the gent music. Gent. I started playing guitar when I was 13. So I've been playing guitar for like 30 years. Jeez. Can I play some cool guitar solos? Yeah, when I was 13, started playing. The first thing I got into playing was I got some guitar tab books. I got some Nirvana, some White Zombie, and some Metallica guitar books, and some Pantera ones. And the first things I really started playing a lot was all the old Metallica songs. You know, Master Puppets, One, Fade to Black. So like the One solo, like that was one of the first ones I learned. And I started playing a lot of Pantera once I got a little bit better. And I used to, like, I think when I was like 15 or 16, I could play the Cemetery Gates solo very well. I haven't tried in a while to rock out on that because the guitar's tuned differently, but when I was a kid, I was pretty good. I played like every day though when I was a kid. I was also in a couple metal bands too. For whom the bell tolls. Oh yeah. I was in a bunch of metal bands like all through high school and college, but whenever I played guitar in some of them, but I mostly sang, believe it or not. I can play for you guys on stream. Oh, maybe I can do it sometime. Sometimes I'll bust out like screaming to a song in the car and freak IDOC out. Sanitarium, oh, that's a good song. Oh, come in. Hey, what's up? Yeah, Randy Rhodes. I used to play like Crazy Train and stuff. What's that?
I have lash money.
Oh, there you go. Let's spend it all in one place.
I want. Thank you.
And-
Where's your dog on pineapple on pizza?
Do you eat pineapple on pizza?
Yes.
Get the fuck out of here.
Asians do that, you know. We love pineapple on pizza.
I'd have one person order it like for every 1,000 pizzas I would make.
Probably not a lot of Asians ordering pizza. That's why.
Because of the cheese?
Because we eat healthier.
Well, you're also mostly genetically lactose intolerant as well.
Actually, we all are. We all progressively become.
Most humans are, yeah.
Yeah. Because you know why, right?
You're not supposed to drink milk all your life.
Oh no, it's because we actually start losing those enzymes that digest the lactose.
Yeah, because you're
So-
because you're supposed to be eating meat and real foods instead of milk.
Then why are we programmed to drink milk as kids?
Because it's food that you're because you're smaller, and so something bigger can produce an adequate amount of food for something small. But when you're bigger, your mother can no longer produce enough food for you because you're the size of your mother. That's why you're supposed to go out in the world and kill other things and eat them.
But we don't.
But we don't. Yeah, we eat pizza instead. Yeah.
Okay, bye.
All right. No, it's just the market's like threatening to crash, so we're here just like chilling out.
We're still trading.
No. We don't. We sit out. We strategically sit out when the market's like this.
Oh, you're hanging out. Are you playing games with them later?
No. No. Not playing games today.
Let me know if you need me to. Do you need me to return anything for Amazon?
No. No. Later. I am. I can't eat in front of these people. It grosses me out when people eat in front of me. I don't want to eat in front of people. You're lactose intolerant. What other species drinks milk their whole life? I don't think any species is supposed to drink milk their entire life. Humans become more genetically lactose intolerant as they grow older. It's just that certain cultures still drink milk. In America, it's a very American thing to still drink milk. So we still kind of suffer through drinking milk and eating milk products. And so we still have evolved out of the enzymes. Other countries like in the East, they don't. So they're a little more lactose intolerant than we are. I mean, we got a Vietnamese family over here. Every time we're making pizza, they're all eating lactades. Or else we sit around, it's a fart fest. Because they, certain cultures eat better than America. America is a big farm and dairy. Europe is the same way, farm and dairy through your whole life. No, no longs here today. Can I open SPY and TOS to check? What was that? What the heck was that? I don't know. Pips and ticks, I agree with you, man. I agree with you. I don't know what it was. What was it? Oh, these are late reports. You talking about this? Don't worry about it. These are late reports, usually at yesterday's close. We're talking about the candle? Or usually at the open. Usually it matches either the open or the close. See how it matches with the open price today? See that? So what it is there was just an order. Let's see right here at the open. See at the open? Same spot. There was an order right at the start of the day that was done off the books, and then it was reported here. So in the middle of trading, that order just reports on the time and sales. So Thinkorswim draws it as it's reported. It thinks there was an order here because it showed up there, but there wasn't. The order actually was probably back here and just reported late. You see it all the time. Over-the-counter transactions just reported late. It's not really price action today. Ignore it. There's different rules, Greco, for different types of orders. Dark pools have different rules. There's dozens of different over-the-counter transaction types, or SPY is part of like another complex trade. They all have different reporting mechanisms and timings. You're supposed to report very quickly, within a day for almost all instances, but some of them you have to report within like 10 seconds and stuff. I don't know all the rules of it, but typically you're going to see late reports up to a day late. A lot. You fasted for 3 days and lactose intolerance went away? No way. What if every day is a bear day and every night is a gap up and then we eventually get back to all-time highs again, having not bought this dip? Just thinking the most annoying scenario ever. That would be extremely annoying. Like, it's a bear day and then we gap up and it's a bear day and then we gap up and it's a bear day and you're never able to grab that run. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So I don't think we would crash the circuit breakers today. I think the market's still orderly, still trading downward in an orderly fashion. That being said, guys, probably time to call it a day. I need to take a break for the boot camp anyways. Love hanging out with you guys, watching this market crash out. That's on leaps. Timing on leaps is really hard. And I would tell you something. When you think of things like tariffs, the problem is that how bad can the tariffs get? And the question is, what are the quarterly reports going to look like? Best case scenario, this quarterly earnings season is going to be brutal. Everyone's going to be taking a hit. And probably the next one too. Best case scenario is that it's going to take 2 cycles of quarterly reports to see any improvement at all. If a company becomes super efficient in the next 3 months, then the next report would show good. Immediately, everybody's taking a hit now. Everybody's going to adjust, and the adjustment period is about how long it's going to take for the market to pan out. So my bet is at least 2 quarters of downside on average. 1 at best, 2 on average, and probably by end of the year, the market's back to stabilizing, being bullish. That's how I feel. So in this entire thought process is that you have to see Wall Street get evidence that the companies have managed to improve their bottom line in spite of tariffs. So we need the tariffs to stop coming, number 1. Number 2, the market has to absorb, the global trade market has to absorb the prices and pass it to whoever's going to pay it. And then we have to figure out where we are and then watch company earnings deteriorate and then see them slow down. And the minute they slow down or start getting better, the market's going to find that bull steam again. So the question just is how big is the hit? And while quants can price it in effectively, there's still uncertainties around the Fed and other things that are still making the market spooked. So it's too soon for leaps, in my opinion. I can't give you guys investment advice for sure. That's you basically asked me would I buy the dip here. I'm telling you it's too soon to buy the dip. On a fundamental sense, we got to get through this round of quarterlies, and the market's going to be brutal there. And I think it's still going to try to find its way lower. I don't think we're going to crash out, but 10 or 20% correction, absolutely. Healthy correction from tariffs does make sense, yeah. And when you think of corrections, you need to think in the terms of quarters. The most minimal correction we'll get usually is a quarter at least, right? When we had the correction off of the Fitch downgrade, market was bearish for a quarter. I mean, it's Fitch. It's like the least important ratings agency, and it was only barely a downgrade. Tiny one at that. But the market responded pretty nastily to that. It just needed a reason to sell off. This is a reason to sell off, but it's got some fundamentals to it also. The economy's still really strong, right? So the bottom is going to come, I think, in the next 3 to 6 months, but that's just me. I traded long enough to know that when Wall Street panics, they don't really unpanic that quick if there's fundamentals behind it. COVID is a great example of the Wall Street panic. When COVID was happening, most people are like, oh, it's probably just the thing. And I'm like, no. They're shutting down every company. This is a huge deal. We'll be feeling the effects of COVID for 5 to 10 years. We're going to get rapid inflation from all of this, cost push inflation, labor prices go up, shortages around the world. Yeah, you can't shut everything down. This is huge. It's going to take years to get back to highs. And it did, right? Took a while. Took a whole year, actually, in that instance. So you need a free trade economist to explain why other countries can tariff and we can't. Yeah, exactly. All right, guys, I can get out of here. I'm gonna eat my lunch. I'll see you guys in an hour and a half before the boot camp. Great trading day today. I was up like 7,000 or something. Crushing it.
Volume prediction shows the way. Leave the doubt and the fray. Liquidity map paints the scene. Hidden nodes like ghosts unseen. Reverse engineer to see the light. Illuminate the darkest night. Rocket scooter has got the key. Pull back curtains, let me see where institutions hide.
Don't forget, guys, we have 30% off Tradeify and 30% off Take Profit. Take a look at that. And I think 80% off of ETFs. So Rocket Scooter code, feel free to use that for your prop firm, especially if you're having a hard time choosing a prop firm as well. Just feel free to ask which ones. We have a bunch of them we like and answer all your questions.
Trends we ride with heads held high. Resilience makes the weak ones fly. Future volume crystal clear. Rocket scooter leads no fear. No more guesswork, no more loss. Seeing past the others cross. Institutions will be seen. Predict the flow like a machine. Rocket scooter, you've got the key. Pull back curtains, let me see where institutions hide. Doubt can't live where you reside. Trends we ride with heads held high. Resilience makes the weak ones fly. Future volume crystal clear. Rocket scooter leads no fear. No more guesswork, no more loss. Seeing paths the others cross.